dyan pareho'y pusiyo. Dyan huli imaso mo para sa agway sa salo. Buhaso ikulot ipapa mo kalaning isa. Zani pao niya i-airi, Zani sinyente ni corazon mo anon atay nanzo. An umayli ihintaro Zan pareho'y pusiyo. Zan huli imaso mo para sa agway sa salo. You're like a bird that I can never hold. You come to see me on cold nights, and then you fly away into the sky. I remember the color of your wings, like rainbows, the smell of the air, the feeling in my heart when you looked at me. So my love, until we meet again. An umayli ihintaro Dyan pareho'y pusiyo. Dyan huli imaso mo para sa agway sa salo. Para sa agway sa salo. Para sa agway sa salo. Para sa agway sa salo.
Link up with Chris and Sabrina at 637-0094 on Breeze 93.9 FM.
This for the Our Islands, Our Sacred campaign. All our islands. From the Pacific to Turtle Island. Shout outs to 99 for teaching me this simple piece of wisdom. And big ups to the Creator for making life. Home tastes like pudwa and fresh pit papulu. Elect iprimuhu, kahulu za ikulu. Just like the signer, living in the nunu. Husumaga gi itanu, tisinya upanudzu. I revive the language when I write these pages. Mungina said, how, don't be shameless. If you know there's been alive for generations, I refuse to be a part of one that refused to save it. I'm a native, claiming rights to our land. I'll die for the land before I fight for the man. Find me in a cipher with the mic in the sand. Saying the language and our culture are alive in my jam. What we do in this moment, move like the ocean. Horizons are endless, the tides are relentless. Will you let your life be confined by the fences, or define your own essence and rise from the trenches? The mantra's basic, all life is sacred. If we're native to the planet, yo, let's rise up and save it. It's time to open our eyes up to ancient ways of the sages. We are all related. Say all life sacred. 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 I'm a deciduous tree distributed to the northwest. Portal to the shore on an island in a vortex. Traveling a fortress, flyer than a hornet. Styles Port the Lord, grandchild of a war vet. Yeah, and now my parents live in more debt. So I just ignore stress into a through folklore text. Playing chords and chords just to heal the sores of your chest. Bloodline tight to fight and kill Cortez. And I'm not apologetic, that's what happens to our history. Minus all the edits and bogus academics, defining us as remnants. The mythical is critical, like Tylenol for medics. A revolution will arrive with my descendants. So ride with the tribe or die without a penance. We genocide survivors and we thriving with a vengeance. Yeah, and we're alive inside our legends. The mantra's basic, all life is sacred. If we're native to the planet, yo, let's rise up and save it. It's time to open our eyes up to ancient ways of the sages. We are all related, say all life sacred. 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 I'm a rapping archaeologist, deans listen all my colleges, collaging the traditions that my relatives be following. Failing professors out their jobs cause their politics won't acknowledge the solidness of indigenous knowledges. Peers are sociologists, feels race was over scholarships. Make this don't teach colonists, are racist and misogynist. Now these faux apologists stressing I dress androgynous. I ain't mad they don't know what a lava is. I'm positive my family stayed alive by honoring the paranormal. It's very normal in our provinces. Chiefs, brother, sister, maggot, hog a blood of prophetess. You trust higher beings or freaking higher offices. I offer this tobacco to the creator of all of this. Thankful for my life today and embrace what tomorrow is. Meditation and liberation are synonymous. No stopping this novelist. Rhyming my roots through what hip-hop. The mantra's basic. All life is sacred. If we're native to the planet, yo, let's rise up and save it. It's time to open our eyes up to ancient ways of the sages. We are all related, say all life sacred. 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 The mantra's basic. All life is sacred. If we're native to the planet, yo, let's rise up and save it. It's time to open our eyes up to ancient ways of the sages. We are all related, say all life sacred. 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 All life sacred.
Così uli di sombranza e zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malakes fredzas durante todo memu a nogi distancia como gupugi palu zangiman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noce nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentamiti man ko badi.
everyone. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning.
All race. Big show for you guys today at 6:20. Wow, good morning. Wednesday, September 1st. Just right off the bat, I want to wish a very safe and good morning to the racers over at Rev and Tax. I was able to drive by the line, Bree. Oh my God! It goes all the way up to the SNU at the top of Aragata Heights, and then around. It curves around
Through the hill, through the ville.
through the. So it goes up the top, and then it curves around back down Barragata Heights. Yeah. And so people have been lining up since.
Yesterday, last night.
Yeah. I wonder what our governor thinks when she sees that. I'm just gonna start the show by playing this. There was a congressman had a clip yesterday, guys. Can we get that? So he had a press conference yesterday, and
It's the one he sent last night.
yeah, the
Well, which one are you going to play?
the cap.
It was the last one because I sent two and then.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. So anyway, he had a press conference yesterday, and the media was kind of really just asking him a lot of
There's guidance that
questions
said that
about,
you can use this
ARP.
for
ARP, right? A lot of questions about ARP because I mean it really has reached the point. I don't even know what to say anymore about this administration. Lou and Josh, they don't want to tell anyone how they're spending their money. People out here are hurting. We haven't seen a plan, right? And so the governor is, I don't know if it's like she's scared of the media or she just doesn't like to be questioned, but there's no opportunity to ask her. So people got to go all around
That's
town
not right.
asking everyone else. It's the one that's, hold on, guys. MSN. Should the all race cap be lifted? Right, yeah. Anyway, so you guys know, you're well aware the reason why people are lining up the way they are for this all race is because it's a $30 million cap. And so if it's $800
And-
checks.
Yeah, and not only that, the governor had expanded the criteria for
Yeah.
people who can actually apply for it.
Right. So we'll go back to the beginning. So the senators passed the RISE Act in December. And the original intent of the RISE Act was to provide assistance to private sector workers who were
Negatively impacted by
by
COVID.
the pandemic, right? And so it passed. The governor allowed it to lapse into law. And for whatever reason, they let it sit around for months. And it kind of became this I want to say Senator Jim Moylan was like the first one to be like, hey, what's up with the RISE? And then everyone would just started. It was constant going back to like June because it's a law. And so the governor had said that, they didn't have the authority or it was just confusing because first she said,
The governor felt that there were some constitutional issues, that it wasn't
yeah,
fair.
but they had sent it over the AG to review and the AG said, no, it's fair. Like, yeah, pay the thing. And so then the governor added the GovGuam employees and the GovGuam retirees to the RISE Act law via executive order. And then when people said, hey, you added all these people, it's not going to be enough money. Aren't you going to put more money in? And she said, oh, no, I can't because the law says 30 million. So it's really this like disingenuous, almost insulting timeline of this all rise, all race. And then so eventually what ended up happening was she scrapped the whole thing.
Well, senators, after she was saying that the law caps it at this amount of money,
The senator said, okay, that's fine. Let's go do a bill. Since you're paying attention to the law now, let's go do a bill and we'll raise the cap and we'll actually, they actually tried to raise the payment amount, right? Because they said, oh, okay, if you're saying that it's the law's the problem, then let's go fix the law. So when they did that, the governor said, I don't care, never mind, I'm going to do my own. Gotta do my own. So she did her own program via executive order called the All Rise, All In, All Race, whatever it is. And basically it's $30 million and it's first come, first serve. So now the private sector workers who were the original intended recipients of the RISE Act are now pitting themselves against the GovGuam employees, the GovGuam retirees, the federal, right? And so it's become this race, really. It is a race. And our people they deserve better. They deserve the governor's office and her advisors and the governor fatally miscalculated how important this $800 payment
Yeah.
is to people. I mean, look at them. They're lining up. They've been lining up since last night. And so the media yesterday had asked Congressman San Nicolas if he believed that the $30 million cap for the All Race Act should be lifted. And this was his response.
Absolutely, there's really no reason why there is a cap. It's not like there's a lack of resources. You know, if the original amount was going to be 30 million, and even if we have double that, is 60 million, and that's not even 10% of the 600 million. So, and it's going to be coming out at a time when, you know, people are really reaching a pretty desperate point. So absolutely, let's not, why are we capping that? That's totally not federal. The federal government didn't say cap that. You know, I have no idea why we are capping something that is not, that is not being limited to, certain groups. I mean, anybody who applies that is eligible should get. And to just say, oh, you're not going to get because we capped it, and unfortunately you are number 100 in the line that only was able to service 99, that does not in any way make them less eligible. So, I don't know why that cap is in place. I don't know why we're distressing our people unnecessarily with those kind of things when the resources are already provided to make it happen and to make everybody feel more confident and to feel more secure rather than creating that kind of panic. When we are in a situation where Delta is requiring both vaccinated and unvaccinated to be extra cautious, putting our people into a mad rush to the line situation where you better get there first come, first serve, otherwise you're not going to get it, is not conducive to social distancing and mitigating crowds. The last thing we need is for people to get up in other people's faces and shouting at them because why are you cutting in the line? Or, I just went to go to the bathroom and I came back, and, that's just all unnecessary. We need to make things as fluid for our people and as safe for our people as possible. And that's just not what the cap is going to do and the mad rush is going to do with the way this program is being rolled out.
Wait. Did I disagree with the congressman? Totally agree. Totally agree. Our people deserve better. And why does the governor continue to pit our people against each other? I don't understand it. We're like fight to the death for $800 checks because the governor doesn't want to lift the cap, and she's sitting on $600 million. So we're dividing people like that. We're making you fight for $800, and then we're pitting the vaccinated against the unvaccinated with all these. It's just, man, our island is, wow. And not even getting 206 positive cases. CAR score, 43.8. 45 hospitalizations, 8 in the ICU. Of the hospitalizations, 26 unvaccinated, 17 vaccinated.
And they don't put that in the JIC report. You have to actually do the math.
It's so interesting to me because I don't understand. And I feel like it's a political thing. I don't know why the governor has really like pitched her tent to this whole like unvaccinated. Granted, yeah, we need to vaccinate people because it is a great tool, a great weapon against COVID-19. And we can do that. We can keep doing that. We've actually been very successful in vaccinating. If you look at other places where they have vaccination, their numbers are way down, but people wanted to get the shot on Guam. But I'm not sure anybody else wants to get it. We'll see. So that's fine, do that. But then the measures we need to do, they need to be equal. Vaccinated, unvaccinated, all need to do the same thing. Because it's clear, again, from the numbers that the vaccinated people are getting it, they're giving it, they're spreading it, they're getting hospitalized. We had Dr. Hoa talking about 6 to 9 months after you take the vax, the efficacy, the effectiveness of it wanes. Add the Delta variant to the mix. 2 deaths reported yesterday. 2 more prior deaths reclassified as COVID-19 fatalities.
And he was right. He said it's gonna get worse. He said we're still climbing this hill. We're not even at the top or even over the hill.
Yeah.
So everybody get ready.
So in the midst of all that, you have thousands of people trying to fight for $800 when the governor has more than enough money in American Rescue Plan to give everybody who applies a check. And then what other plans do they have for this money? I mean, when we send the kids home from school because the COVID surges, there should have been a plan. Child care vouchers. There's all kinds of things that you can do with this ARP, but we're not doing anything with it.
Right. And, you know, that was actually something else that was asked during this press conference with Congressman St. Nicholas yesterday. One of the media was asking about, you know, the withholding of this money, and does the Treasury guidelines, you know, that we have already, that have already been issued, does it give the governor the authority to go ahead and release funds?
And so here's I'll play this
Yeah,
song, but
Which one is this? There's guidance that said that you can use this for, there's guidance that said that you can use this for an unemployment program for essential workers. I believe several months ago, we had a press conference where we kind of outlined some of the guidance that already came out from Treasury. So a lot of guidance has already come out on things that we can do. I think the question remains, what are we waiting for? And, you know, if there's something that the governor is waiting for in terms of guidance, I think she needs to be very clear about that so we can understand, look, you're holding up the whole 600 million. What are you holding it up for? If you already have A, B, C, D that you know you can do, why are you making all of that wait for something else? What are you waiting for specifically? So I think that needs to be clarified because so much has already been authorized and all of that could be making its way into our community, helping our economy, creating more jobs, creating that job demand for PUA to be able to sunset and for people to go back to work. But the longer we wait on doing what we can do, for something that we're not sure of, we're really tying our own hands here at this point. So I know every other jurisdiction is absolutely rolling out those resources the way they can and the way they know how. Of course, there might be some questions they have that they're still waiting on, but they're absolutely not holding up their relief programs, waiting for clarity on other things. They're rolling out the relief on the things they know they can roll the relief.
What are you waiting for, Governor?
I
That
mean,
was the primary message.
yeah, and the with the PUA ending, one of the uses that's allowed for the ARP is an unemployment program.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are we going to do for all these people with the PUA ending if we're going to be, you know, in a state of some kind of shutdown because the Delta variant's running rampant in our community? Where are the plans for this kind of stuff? Mm-hmm. We have the money, guys. That's the damn shame about it, is we have the money, but we just don't hear anything out of Adelou. It is just really ridiculous at this point. The senators presented their plan months ago. What are we waiting for? Is that what the lieutenant governor's doing? Maybe he's like in a bunker somewhere working on a plan. But I just feel driving by Reventax and seeing all these people so desperate for $800, having to jump through all these hoops while the Delta variant rages through our island. It's just, no, sorry, not having it. It's Wednesday, September 1st, 2021. Good morning. Hey everyone. All right, get down. Please be safe. Course correct, guys. You know, really just got to do our part. If you don't have to go anywhere, don't. Stay home. Right? I think we're at that point. We're kind of back to square one. If you're looking at the hospitalizations and the number of positives, the deaths, the CAR score, really at that point where everybody knows it. You look in the comments, what are people saying? Lock it down. They want to lock it down because that's what worked before. And it's crazy to me that we're right back in the same situation we were in last year, but we have the vaccines. And you're seeing this in a lot of national stories. So that's why I think across the board, vaccinated, unvaccinated, whatever, you got 3 eyeballs on your forehead, you got to do your part. Don't gather outside your household because basically Delta it's widespread in our community. And there's other variants too. 6:35. Let's go ahead and get into the news. Yeah?
Yeah. Sure.
Hey, this is the link. Good morning, everyone. Let's say good morning to our people first. Just real quick. Good morning. Good morning, sunshine.
Half a day.
Right on.
Kenneth Paulino, good morning. Be safe. Jamilyn Marie Luzama, good morning, KUAM. Good morning, Guam.
Good morning.
Emma Fernanda Olelia.
Olalia.
Olalia, good morning. Have a great day and please be safe. Rose May Bustamante, good morning, KUAM.
Harvey comments in, the lieutenant governor has been out of sight for quite a long time. Joseph, numbers going to get high once PUA ends. Everyone's going to be scrounging or stealing to make ends meet. Tina Rios Camacho comments in, exactly. What are we waiting for? Yeah.
There was a, you should actually watch that press conference with
the media was,
Congressman St. Nicholas.
I mean, it's just so easy for the congressman to just tee off on the governor's inaction, inability, lack of willingness to really help our people. That's what it seems like. It seems like she just don't want to deal with it. I mean, it does. It does. Last time we saw you was in a press conference 3 weeks ago, and you got mad and said you had a prior engagement. People need to be communicated with. They need to be talked to. They need to be reassured. Shouldn't have to tell you this stuff. Let's do the news now, shall we? With the very latest from the KUAM news team on this first day of September. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Hi, everybody. Guam records 4 casualties in our war against COVID-19 and a record-breaking 206 new positive cases. According to the latest report from the Joint Information Center, the 146th and 147th COVID-19 related fatalities occurred at the Guam Memorial Hospital on August 28th, while 2 deaths were from 2020 and after a review were determined to be COVID-19 related. The 146th COVID-related fatality was an 84-year-old man who was unvaccinated with underlying health conditions. He had tested positive for COVID-19 and was pronounced dead on arrival. The 147th was a 56-year-old man who was unvaccinated with underlying health conditions. He had tested positive also for COVID. The following are the 2 deaths from last year that were classified as COVID-19 related. A 67-year-old woman with multiple comorbidities. Her death occurred on October 13th at GMH. The vaccine was not available at the time and therefore was not vaccinated. A 55-year-old woman whose death occurred at GMH on December 31st, 2020. She was ineligible to receive the vaccine at that time. The JIC reports a total of 45 hospitalizations in island hospitals. That's GMH, GRMC, and Naval Hospital. 8 people are receiving ICU level of care, while 2 people are on ventilators. Out of the hospitalizations, 26 are unvaccinated. The status of 2 is unknown, and 17 are vaccinated. Public Health reports 206 new positive cases out of 1,714 tests performed yesterday. On Monday, 55 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 10,559 officially reported cases of COVID, with 149 deaths. 1,415 cases are active. The CAR score is now 43.8. The Guam Department of Education also reports 10 new positive cases among students, while 3 employees tested positive. Now here's the breakdown of the latest student cases. Atacao Elementary, Finagayan Elementary, Maria Ujoa Elementary, Inarahan Middle School, and 3 separate cases from John F. Kennedy High School. Employee cases were identified at Atacao, Jose Rios, and Simon Sanchez High. This brings the total number of GDOE students to test positive since the beginning of the school year to 126. The Archdiocese of Vigaña also reported 5 more students tested positive. They are from the following schools: 3 cases from Bishop Bumgarner Memorial School, St. Anthony School, and Mercy Heights Catholic Nursery and Kindergarten. The number of Catholic school students testing positive for the virus is now 35. Once again, testing is offered at the Old Teeds and Carnival grounds from 8 a.m. to 12 noon. Vaccination clinics are being held today at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. and at the Southern Region Community Health Center from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Well, it is race day, and the line has already begun at DRT for the thousands of people who plan to file for the All Rise program. The payments have been authorized by law since January. DRT will begin accepting applications in person at DRT and online at 7 o'clock this morning. It is a first in, first out basis. The $30 million cap remains in place. The Guam Police Department reminds those of you heading to Revan Tax that entry will be permitted only through the north entryway fronting Route 16 from the northbound travel portion. While people will be lining up to enter DRT for the RISE Act, recipients are asked to please be mindful of residential and private businesses along Route 16 and to please not block access way. For those wishing to patronize DRT for other than the RISE Act, please utilize the traffic light access into DRT. GPD will be on site to monitor the flow of traffic and to assure safety of motorists. So good luck, everybody, and please be safe.
May the odds ever be in your favor.
Just before 10:30 last night, senators passed Bill 55, the fiscal year 2022 budget bill. The vote was 11 yes, 3 no, and 1 excused absence. The 3 who voted against its passage were Republican Senators Tello Taidagui, Mary Torres, and Joanne Brown. Vice Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes was excused. By law, the legislature must pass a budget by August 31st. It will now be sent to Adelou for the governor's review. Here's Appropriations Committee Chair Senator Joseph Augustine during the extension of remarks.
Speaker, history was made tonight by tackling another of the most economically challenged budgets in our island history. I'm very pleased with the outcome of this bill, and I look forward to further assisting our island and departments and agencies with additional resources as they become available. Together, that's both sides of the house. We work to ensure our government will continue to provide the service and programs our people need. We provided adequate funding for every sector of our government to ensure our people are taken care of. We work towards building a Guam that remains steadfast in the adversities that we face, acknowledging the sacrifices that have been made to ensure we come out of this together. In closing, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you and our colleagues for your active participation in this process as we work to address the needs of our community during these hard times. While we never always agree, one thing I can say, we agreed on what was focusing on the needs of our community. This was a true bipartisan bill. I commend all my colleagues, Democrat and Republicans, for their work and appreciate the dedication of each member for ensuring we met our goal to provide for our people.
Lawmakers also voted to override the governor's veto of Bill 75. The measure would increase the RISE program payments, extend the program by 6 months, and lift the $30 million cap. The bill's main sponsor, Senator James Moylan, on session floor last night.
Madam Speaker, just short and sweet. Madam Speaker, while I understand that overriding Bill 75 may not do much in terms of forcing the governor to increase payout of the RISE Act or even lift the cap on the program, but what it will do is simply send a strong statement, a statement to the executive branch that the legislature branch is a co-equal branch of government and want to work with the governor in addressing economic recovery. It also sends out another strong message and that message is no qualified resident who applies in reasonable timeline should be refused the proceeds of the RISE Act. So please raise the cap and let's work together, Governor. I thank you. Together, Governor. I thank you.
Senator Mary Torres was the only senator that was present last night that voted no to the override, while Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes was excused. And with more news now, here is Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Half a day, good morning everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. $345 million in federal funding may be available for a new Guam hospital. It's part of a nearly $1 billion proposed appropriation for territorial medical facilities under consideration by Congress. Delegate Michael San Nicolas says if approved, the governor should then spend the $300 million she's been holding back in American Rescue Plan money on pandemic assistance for the needy. KUAM's Nestor Lecanto reports.
Congressman San Nicolas says the Natural Resources Committee will consider a $345 million appropriation for a Guam medical facility during a markup hearing this week. If approved, it'll be part of a massive $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation package Congress is now considering.
So as far as probabilities of us getting this passed, I can't guarantee it, but I can say that we're definitely in a much better place this year than we were last year.
He also questioned why the governor is locking up $300 million in pandemic assistance money for her hospital complex. He says it's not even clear that she can use it for that.
To take $300 million in relief money that was intended for relief at a time when we have immediate relief needs on the horizon, and to park that and put that away for something that's going to have a 5 to 7 year timeline, yeah, we really shouldn't do that.
He also criticized the FY22 budget bill for tying up $35 million a year in EITC reimbursements to pay for the proposed project. He says that's tying up too much too soon.
I'm actually very suspicious as to why there's such an interest in trying to tie up the funding when we don't even know exactly what that funding is going to be tied up for. And again, I mentioned earlier the timelines. We're looking at a 5 to 7 year project timeline.
It's not likely the governor would even consider releasing her $300 million in ARP money without a guarantee of getting the $345 million. But midway through the San Nicolas press conference, Adelup issued a news release in which the governor credits Natural Resources Chairman Raul Grijalva of Arizona, whom she met with in July, for pledging his help to fund the Guam hospital.
I'm not quite sure what the purpose of that press release is. It does underscore that the question, Governor, if that money, if you already knew that money was going to be committed, why are you still holding your $300 million back?
The Natural Resources Committee markup meeting is set for September 2nd in Washington. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Frontliners at the vaccination clinic at Micronesia Mall continue efforts. Members of the Guam National Guard spoke with KUAM's Daniel Perez to share how they've been battling the virus and continue to hold the line.
They've been on the front line since the pandemic started, and they're still here working hard. Members of the Guam National Guard continue to vaccinate the people of our island, and they'll keep at it. Task Force Medical Specialist Christian Santos.
Definitely high spirits. It's definitely fulfilling seeing what we're doing for the community of Guam, for the people of Guam. Vaccinating our people, doing our swab testing, whatever capacity as a medic, what we can do for the community.
Task Force Medical Specialist Sean Mendiola added that although being on the front lines is a challenge, it's nothing that the Guam National Guard can handle. COVID is just another mission for them to take on.
It's more so a team effort with us with the Guam Guard. We always make sure we're all in check, that we're all mentally prepared to take on the task for the day, whatever missions may come our way.
With the COVID numbers on the rise again, Santos says that in order for the Guard to stay safe and keep their families safe, they still follow the 3 W's, and they urge island residents to do the same.
Just regulatory precautions, being around the public, general public, whether they be asymptomatic, symptomatic, or having positive COVID, negative COVID, definitely washing the 3 W's, washing your hands, washing your distance, right? And I try to decon as much as possible before I go home, enter my house, see my family.
In order to keep themselves and their loved ones safe, they always stay on alerts, and that means having to sacrifice spending time with them.
Mainly just spending time with family who we haven't seen for quite a while throughout this whole pandemic. As much as I'd like to celebrate birthdays, special occasions, it's been quite difficult, but we got to do what we have to do to get back to normal, and hopefully we'll get there soon.
Residents who haven't gotten the vaccine yet can still do so at the Micronesia Mall Vaccination Clinic, open from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Daniel Perez.
Distribution of the Pandemic Electronic Benefit Transfer Cards, or PEBT, has been extended through Saturday, September 4th. Cards will be issued from 11 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall Center Court. Walk-ins are welcome. However, those with scheduled appointments will be prioritized. Appointments can be booked online via Eventbrite at tinyurl.com/PEBT Guam. For more information, call 311, dial option 8, or email info@gdoe.net. The program is funded through the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food and Nutrition Services to address the meals lost while GDOE schools were shut down during the COVID-19 pandemic. Juan Mendiola's defense attorney has filed a motion for retrial. Mendiola is accused of murdering Peter Rios in May of 2020. Over the past week, he has been on trial before Superior Court presiding Judge Alberto Lamarena. The trial has been held in the Supreme Court and streamed to the public due to COVID restrictions. According to the motion filed by defense attorney Joseph Razano, he is requesting a retrial of the case because of audio and technical difficulties that prevented the public and Mr. Mendiola's family to hear what was occurring during the trial. A declaration was filed on behalf of Mendiola's daughter, further supporting the claims. Assistant Attorney General Sean Brown filed an opposition to the motion, stating that, quote, that current system is not perfect, but it is the best compromise available aside from shutting down all trials, end quote. Brown also stated that the motion for retrial is essentially placing the court into an impossible decision, as there is no suitable building that would provide full public access and comply with the current restrictions mandated by the governor. A hearing on the motion is scheduled for Thursday. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more. Points. Do more, get more.
Thanks, Isaiah. The 20-year war in Afghanistan is officially over, and the Taliban is once again in control. Natalie Brandt has more details from the White House.
Major General Christopher Donahue, commander of the 82nd Airborne, the last American soldier to board a flight out of Kabul. The plane took off 1 minute before midnight local time, the deadline President Biden set to complete the withdrawal.
There's a lot of heartbreak associated with this departure. We did not get everybody out that we wanted to get out.
Thousands of Afghan allies and even some Americans remain in Afghanistan.
We believe there are still a small number of Americans, under 200, and likely closer to 100, who remain in Afghanistan and want to leave. We're trying to determine exactly how many.
President Biden says he decided against extending the withdrawal deadline because military commanders advised ending the mission as planned was the best way to protect U.S. lives.
I think if we'd stayed another 10 days, Louis, we wouldn't have gotten everybody out that we wanted to get out. And there still would have been people who would have been disappointed with that.
The Taliban declared victory as they took over the airport and the disabled military equipment left behind. A spokesman repeated claims that the Taliban will let Afghans with passports and visas leave the country, but refugees with families still there are skeptical.
The situation is very, very bad right now. I don't know where are they. I guarantee, which they are not safe.
The U.S. plans to house up to 50,000 Afghan refugees at U.S. military bases. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, the White House.
With your news now in Chamorro, here is Kin Concepcion.
Buenas noches, tiget sunto bitunod sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Debi Departamento ng Revenue and Taxation matutunan mapasi ang Advanced Child Tax Credit pago na mes. Este siya sa taftap na apas no 50% sa hulog 2,000 pesos na child tax credit no maklama para 2021 na tax return. Maprebeste na plano ni Department of Revenue and Tax taftap gi Agosto na mes no US Department of the Treasury jailing niya direktor adto na ahensya si Daphne Shimizu na Debbie Mohon di matutunin na pas gi Agosto lokoy na mes. Lomampus bula siya man presiso mas mamaatetendi. Layan na siya Revenue and Tax mapatutuwa este na programa gidon niya online na sistema. Sa politetsu niya gwin na kausa, debi naman spare empenyo tamay ni sudidano ni isla manakabalis para tempo informasyon niya pagwatigi Revenue and Taxation. Asangan si Shimizu na para maanunsya mas informasyon por este gido semana na tempo mo na. Masasunto, administrative Pandemic Electronic Benefit Transfer Card par PEBT sa ma-extendi esta Sabado dia 4 de September para ma-issue card siya Desde alas 11:30 giega hasta las 6:30 gipupuengi gi Micronesia Mall Center Court. Mamakumbibida iman mafatugato sin appointment, lodge siya manggayad sa appointment sa CFNet na sempre man ma-attendi. Sina mamatina sa appointment gi internet into the Eventbrite gi tinyurl.com/PEBT Guam. Para mas informasyon, agang i-311 8 para option pat email info@gdoe.net. Isalapi para este na programa sa gini US Department of Agriculture, Food and Nutrition Services para nadalanto na siya inengkano ni man malingo para GDOE na estudanti siya gidurante ni pinesti. Yuto na sunto gifinot sa moro ni KUM News para pago na Metculis, matisan o Centers for Disease Control Zonia Guames taong bumueta datigap maulik posisyon nga. Gagi pago guahan gi gradong 4. Gipapaeste na grado, maabiso ni CDC itato siya na mambabutan na mga nofan matumay guahan sa persentat kalo iriskaw ni COVID-19. CDC sa maabiso man si tataw siya na kumuparang fatumay guahan na siguro na mabakuna ho kabalas antes diundingo lugat mizu. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto gifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizu gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Back to the link. It is 7 a.m. and you know what that means. It is a go time. The all race is officially underway and we're heading up to a DRT in Barrigada Heights where Chris Barnett is standing by live.
Hey, Sabrina, thank you. Just in time, we're witnessing the first RISE applications being submitted here at the Department of Revenue and Taxation. And this is the guy, the first man in the line. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
How you feeling this morning?
Tired.
How long were you here?
12 hours.
12 hours. What's your message to the governor this morning?
Governor, you should think about the elderly and disabled and you need to look at better ways to try to help the elderly and the disabled people while they have to go through something like this right now.
Thank you, sir. You're a veteran?
Yes.
Thank you for your service, sir. That's stuff. Okay, right on. You're welcome. Thank you, guys. Yeah, Revenue Tax staff working hard. Bree, I was actually here on the scene a little bit after 5 a.m. this morning. Good luck. Congratulations. How you feeling?
Out of the way. Almost.
How long were you here?
My mom lined up around 8 last night.
8 last night. Is it fair that you guys have to compete with each other for this money?
No, it's not fair.
Right on. Thank you, sir. So I was here shortly after 5, Bree, and the line went from Revenue Tax to all the way up to the SNU in Barragata Heights, and then it flipped around and came back down the hill. As we're now getting a look at some more of these applications getting turned in. There's actually a walk-in line, which we're going to head over to.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, ma'am. How long did you wait in line? Ma'am, how long did you wait in line? Well, congratulations. Good luck.
Chris, how many DRT staff are out there?
Bree, I'm looking at on the car line. I want to say 10 plus.
So is the line moving pretty quickly?
Well, there's going to be obvious backup because they're taking the applications, and then what's going to happen is we're going to have to wait for all these cars to cycle through. And we know already that the traffic's backed up all the way up to the SNU and Barragata Heights. So, how have the tempers been this morning, ma'am?
Beautiful.
Beautiful. People feeling good?
Yeah.
Right on. Staying positive?
Yeah.
I don't know what's up with all these Lexuses in this line, though. I'm just saying. Yeah, Bree, so, I mean, I got to give it up to the DRT staff. They were handed this, very politically difficult program to implement, and here we are. I mean, it is what it is. The $30 million cap, I think most people would agree it should be lifted so that we're not looking at people who line up for hours being turned away and not receiving this relief, which, I mean, as you can see, there's definitely a demand for it. And to put it in perspective, standing out here the day after 206 COVID-19 cases are reported, we had 2 deaths yesterday. Yet our people so desperate that they're going to come out and they're going to try and get this money. Sir, how long were you in line? How long were you in line?
Not too long because I started with the car and I couldn't stand it all the way on Barragata Heights.
Let's move on.
Just move up to that line right there. There you go.
That line last night was
Let me just go
pathetic.
ahead and have
I couldn't survive. And I'm taking care of my disabled wife, and she needs me at home.
What's your message to the governor?
Huh? I'm sorry, sir.
Watch your steps, sir.
Watch your steps, sir.
I got problem concentrating.
Well, good luck. Good luck to you.
This is
Yeah,
just
Bree, I
sad.
think,
This is just, oh my,
It's sad.
ridiculous.
Hi, ma'am. Congratulations. Good luck. So we're looking at now, this is the walk-in line. Ma'am, can you explain the process for the walk-in line? Do these people, did they just show up at 7 or were they in line somewhere else?
Go, you can ask somebody else.
Okay, we'll ask someone else. Hi, morning. Can you tell us what's the process for the walk-in line?
Okay, so the walk-in
I'm
line-
sorry, your name, ma'am?
I'm Marie Lazama.
Oh, this is the deputy of Revenue Tax. There you go, Marie Lozano. Congratulations. Welcome to DRT.
So we do have those that want to come in and just walk their application in. We have the parking, there's a parking area.
Yeah.
And then we would have 2 lines. We have one for the monocular, the veterans, and
Chris.
those with disabilities.
Okay. Yeah.
Chris, can you, I'm
regular
sorry, I don't want to interrupt,
The
but we're
regular
just
line
getting
is-
word,
Okay.
Chris.
This one here opens at 7.
Chris.
Thank you, Marie.
Chris,
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you, Marie. Yes.
We need to ask Marie about the website and whether or not
Okay.
it's true that it crashed.
Marie, can you confirm, because we're getting early reports that the website has crashed?
No, not that I know of. The website has, what time is it now, Chris? It should be, is it 7?
Yeah, it's past 7,
It's
yeah.
past 7?
Yeah.
Okay, I can go and I can confirm, but as far as I know, the website has not crashed. Now, there is some confusion. Some people, there was a fillable PDF of the application and the Form 8821
Okay.
that was released ahead of time. So people are confusing that with what's online. So they were filling that out. They were saving the information and with the intent of submitting it today.
Correct.
That was not the online process.
Right.
But what I can do is I can go and double check, but as far as I know, the system is up and running.
Okay, so Marie, what you're saying is that there was a PDF of the application that was released by Adeloop and Reventax that was circulating, and
Yes.
people were filling that out and trying to submit that online. But
Right.
if you're filing online, the application is already in the website.
Application was to go live at 7 this morning.
okay,
Yeah, so
right.
what happened was, we put that on there early enough so that they can download it and print it, and they didn't have to go to any of the distribution sites. And then they would still have to walk it in here or drive through.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you. So are you going to check on that and then
Yes, I
circle back? Right on.
No.
yeah,
Chris,
Bree, so
I
they're
just
not-
tried going on to myguamtax.com
Okay, I'm
and
sorry.
I can't even get in. So
We
yeah,
can't even
so
get into the website.
You can't get into
Yeah, Sabrina just tried logging in and we can't get in.
Let me double check.
Okay. She's going to check. That's Reventax Deputy Marie Lizama. And yeah, it's so unfortunate. I mean, can you imagine if the online applications filled up the cap and all these people were left holding the bag? I mean, that's not going to be a pretty scene. And
Right. So yeah, if you try to go on to myguamtax.com right now, like I said, I just tried. I cannot even get onto the website. And there's several people on our stream that are saying that it's crashed.
right.
you
Yeah, and I
can't
know
get
we
on.
did ask we did ask Daphne about this yesterday, and I want to say that they had said they were confident in the Office of Technology, but clearly this is something that they should have anticipated. Again, I'm just going to repeat what I said this morning. The governor and lieutenant governor fatally misjudged how desperately our people need this money. They fatally misjudged the demand for this money. And I mean, what do you expect, you know?
Right. And I think what's also just really heartbreaking is the fact that the first person that you spoke to was an elderly man. He was a veteran, and he was very upset, it seemed. He waited 12 hours.
Yeah.
And
yeah, really just...
So I got one senior. Okay, go ahead.
This is the Monumco line, which honestly, this is moving pretty quick. There's no one in here. It's for senior citizens and those with disabilities.
And and the person you also spoke with who had disabilities, he has a wife at home, and he had been waiting in line last night, but decided that he was going to go in the car line.
Let's go try and talk to some of these people in the car line, and then I'm going to head back over. Bree, is there anything else that you wanted me to? I'm kind of waiting for the deputy to come back out, but I mean, if we're already getting reports and you can't go on the website, then I think it's a safe bet that there's some kind of issue with myguamtax.com.
Well, yeah, there's definitely. I can just kind of read some of the comments here while you wait for Marie. We have Rai Khan. This is another embarrassment for the governor. Melissa Dominic Shaden Kitagwa lies. Doris Soriano, no, too many people trying to log in. Jessica Ngalta, site can't be reached. Ray Messlin, the server is down. Aaron Redoblate, there, it came up. All right.
Okay, so maybe it's back up. Sir, how long were you waiting in line here?
Since 10 o'clock last night.
Were you negatively affected by the pandemic? So you didn't?
You mean no?
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Right. And so, where do you have a job, sir? Are you working?
No.
Oh, it's okay.
Because, I got furloughed.
You got furloughed because of the pandemic, right?
Yes.
How did it feel to have to line up overnight for this $800 check? Do you think that there should be a way for everyone to get it?
Yeah, it's really hard, man. It's really hard.
What's your message to the governor?
I would like to thank the girl because she's helping us a lot for this pandemic. So,
there you go. Thank you, sir. Good luck. Good luck. There you go. Someone thankful. That's right. This is for those who get in. Hi, ma'am. How are you this morning? How long did you wait in line?
And guess
What?
what?
Yeah. Let's move up, ma'am, because we're holding the line. Oh, okay. Let's just go up, yeah.
Okay, thank you, my boy.
Thank you, sir. Yeah,
Chris,
yeah.
if you do get Marie,
Good luck, ma'am.
Okay, you take care.
You too. Yeah, Sabrina, she's saying hi to you.
Hi.
I love you. I'm
Aw.
Florence.
Thank you, Florence. God bless you. Good luck. Oh, you're very loved, Sabrina.
Oh, love you too. There's Chris, if you do get Marie, just let her know that people that are able to get on, it's saying that their account is deactivated.
Okay.
Other people are logging in and then it's not coming up for them. So there's definitely issues with the website.
Well, let me get this gentleman here again because
Okay.
it looks like he's done. Sir? Sir, so I know you were frustrated earlier, but you were in and out. Are you satisfied with the process? How was it in there?
Well, I signed the paper that my wife's supposed to sign, so I gotta go back home again. They gave me a blank one. So I have to go all the way home again and wake up the wife, make her sign, come all the way back here again, and then my paper will be processed.
But there's a chance that by the time you come back, all the money will be gone.
There's a chance, yes. I don't understand that. But I still got another issue with them. I haven't received my second stimulus.
Wow.
No, I fought for my country, and I don't know. I shouldn't feel like I'm a beggar, but they're giving all the money for a purpose.
Is that how you feel, sir? Do you feel like people are out here having to line up and beg for this money?
Oh boy. I'm sorry, bro. I'm not very good at my hearing.
Well, we can hear you just fine, sir, and the people have spoken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's kind of the sentiment here is, but you know, at the end of the day, people need this money, and you've seen from the elderly to the young, if they had to line up for 12 hours, and that's exactly what they did. I'm not sure if Marie's going to come back out, Bree.
All right.
I
Well,
mean, she
I'm
could
sure
be in
she's
there.
fully aware. Let's pull up. This is what we've actually, people are sending us pictures of what they're receiving when they go onto the website. It says, well, you have it.
So it kind of looks, I've been doing this kind of work for about. Oops. Yeah, so it looks like the website is responding sporadically, no doubt due to what I'm sure is just a massive amount of requests to the website. Kind of
Right.
similar to the fact like when they open up phone banks and people say, like nobody answers the phone, it's like operators
Yeah.
are doing other things. So keep hitting F5. You guys, if you're trying to get into the website, that's the only thing I can recommend is just keep trying.
Jay, I know you're a programmer, so I want to ask, like, with this type of website, how many hits would it take for it to encounter these kind of issues? Because we know that if we just divide simple math at $30 million, $800 checks, we're looking at about 37,000 people are going to get one. So how much traffic would it take to crash that website the way it crashed this morning?
Well, that's a very good question. Usually it can be like maybe several thousand requests within a very short amount of time. And you figure like a lot of people were trying to get it like exactly at 7, a couple minutes before, a couple minutes after, and everything like that. So the website obviously is under a lot of duress right now, but it's coming up sporadically. I know Sabrina said like it was down and then it came up for her. Like it's been on and off for me. If you're trying to get through to myguamtax.com and you're on your browser right now trying to get in, just keep hitting refresh every couple minutes and. Obviously, everybody, it does look, I mean, judging on how this thing is going, it looks like they may have rebooted the server. Perhaps I'm not entirely sure, but it has been up. So if you are able to hit that, and when you do hit on the right column where you see the All Rise form and everything like that, when that page comes up and everything like that, you probably want to save that to your local computer. But it looks like the problem is being addressed. But obviously, Chris, to your point and everything like that, lots and lots of people trying to hit myguamtax.com at the same time.
Right. You should have just sent Jason up to DRT.
Yeah. Goodbye, Florence. Thank you. Good luck. Florence loves us, guys. Thank you.
Is anybody else's heart being broken right now watching our island's elderly, our island's disabled waiting in line, no consideration. This is what
Shouldn't
you
have
call
to
a
be this way.
real-time SHIT show, people.
The governor needs to be down here and
For
see this.
real.
Yeah.
This is like a real talk kind of show, and this is what's
Good morning,
happening.
sir.
It's unfortunate.
How long did you wait in line?
Oh, I've been there 12 o'clock in the evening.
Since midnight last night? Wow, how bad do you need this $800? Must really need it, huh? What's your message to everyone else who's fighting for this 30 million? Good luck.
Good luck for them.
What's your message to the governor? Were you pleased with the process, or? That's good. Okay, right on. I think people think if they complain, they're not going to get an $800 check.
All right. You know what, Chris? let's bring in Senator Chris Duenas, the minority
wait,
leader.
I see Marie. So
Okay.
let me go back. Yeah, I'm sorry, and then
It's all right.
I'll go ahead and head back because I know we're getting backed up. Hi, Marie. So I got more information. Okay. Okay. Sorry, guys. This is Revenue Tax Deputy Marie Lazama. Now, the My Guam Tax website, we had gotten reports that it crashed. I know that Jason was having trouble accessing it. So what's the very latest with the website?
Okay, so the programming folks and the OTEC people, the IT people, they're well aware of the situation. Apparently, we're testing here as well. So some people are able to get in, but they're not able to end their transaction. And then others are simply just waiting for the site to load. So they are well aware of it, and they are working on it.
Marie, tough question here. This is a first come, first served program. And so with this website going down, people's chances of getting this $800 check clearly being jeopardized. How are we going to work back through this?
Well, Chris, I have every confidence that the people that are responsible for the site will have it up and running shortly. And so I am pretty sure that it's just a minor setback, but we will get through it.
But what about those people who were about to turn in their application and then it crashes, and then when they go and the site's up again, what if they don't get the check because, again, it's first come, first serve? What would you say to those people?
I apologize. We are doing the best with the resources that we have. And I am confident that we will be able to get through those that are trying, or through to those who are trying to submit today.
Thank you, Marie.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. They're working on it, guys. Wow, I don't even know what to say, because if you were one of those people who went on that website right at 7 when it opened to turn in your application and you got screwed because they didn't plan for this, like, I don't know what to say to you. It's first come, first serve Hunger Games. I mean, they should have prepared for this. If the governor chose to make it like this, to make our people come and line up for 10, 12 hours overnight, Manamco, disabled veterans, then the preparations should have been made. We have $600 million to widen the internet. Is it a broadband issue? We have the money. I'm coming back.
All right. And this is not at the fault of Revenue Tax. They are doing their job. They're doing what they are told to do. And I just feel so bad for these people that are waiting in lines. I feel so bad for the first person that waited 12 hours. He's Manamco. He's a veteran. The man with the disabilities who has to go back home. His wife is also sick because there's something that went awry on the application. Now he's got to go get her signature and come all the way back and wait in line. Let's go to our Zoom room. Good morning, Senator Duenas. Are you watching this?
Good morning, Bree and Jason and Chris. Great reporting on the scene. I am watching this, and I gotta say, it's completely unacceptable. I am saddened. It's all preventable. And one thing I gotta say right now, Bree, is that I know the governor knows. Thank you, Senator Moylan, for introducing your bill 7536. And we overrode that bill last night. Bree, I hope the people listening right now may be able to take a little bit of comfort in knowing that whether the governor wants to follow the law now or not, there is no cap as far as the law is concerned now. That's the law. Whether the governor wants to tell the legislature that we have no business, interfering with regard to the ARP money, well, we think it's our business. And we overrode your veto. I wish that message can go out so people can take solace and just calm down a little bit, that this should not have to be a first come, first serve.
Exactly.
This is all self-imposed, you guys, and it's wrong. The original RISE Act program was for those individuals, primarily in the private sector, who lost their jobs, who were living off of PUA, the generosity of the federal government. And we know right now that in just a few days that program ends, and these people are just trying to get a little bit more assistance. And I'm sorry that I'm as outraged as I am, but it needs to be said like this. Stop messing with the people. The law of the land right now is that people can get $200 more under single and $400 more as a family, and there is no cap. Governor, we are not going to accept your statement that this is not our business. We overrode your veto last night. Please follow the law and let the people know that they can go home, take a break, attend to their loved ones, and that all will get paid as per the laws of Guam.
So right now, we're still trying to get in on the website. Some people are going in, and then it's kicking them back out. Right now, your best bet is to get in line. And we had 206 positives last night, people. Not even people, Gov. 2 deaths.
You know what, Bree? The message that I'm getting from people, because there's a lot of people in that line.
Yeah.
That have a computer at home that could go online even though it's crashing now. But you know what it is? They don't trust the government. They don't trust the government. They want that piece of paper. They do not trust. And they have reason not to trust now, because Chris is right. For those who got their, that they're going in right now and they've been trying and it's crashing, every minute they feel like they went to the back of the line. This is all preventable. The governor should come out with a statement today that she has heard the legislature's voice spoken for the people, that her veto has been overridden, and now the law of the land is there is no cap. And I am not going to stand by and say and accept the fact, the statement that this is none of your business, this federal ARP money is mine. No more of that. And the people should not accept that either. People do not deserve to be treated like this, Bree.
I agree.
And I've been hearing, and I accept this responsibility, that the legislature's job is to legislate and the governor's job is to execute. Yes, that's true. But when people are frustrated and can't get anywhere and they get involved in this kind of a mess, where do they go to? They come to the legislature, and all we can do is tell them we're trying everything that we can. And we did that last night, Bree. I don't even want to talk about the budget, because I think that doesn't even matter right now. With thousands and thousands and thousands of our people being subjected to this, it's unconscionable, unacceptable, and completely avoidable. And I think the governor should step up this morning and immediately put out a message so people can calm down and understand that there should be no cap on this program, and there will be no individual who's qualified left behind.
Senator, I'm going to play the portion of Senator Moylan's when he spoke on session floor requesting for the override of Bill 75. I believe we have that soundbite. If we can go to it and now so people can hear the message that they wanted to send to the governor.
Madam Speaker, just short and sweet. Madam Speaker, while I understand that overriding Bill 75 may not do much in terms of forcing the governor to increase payout of the RISE Act or even lift the cap on the program, but what it will do is simply send a strong statement, a statement to the executive branch that the legislature branch is a co-equal branch of government and want to work with the governor in addressing economic recovery. It also sends out another strong message and that message is no qualified resident who applies in reasonable timeline should be refused the proceeds of the RISE Act. So please raise the cap and let's work together, Governor. I thank you. Thank you.
Again, that was Senator James Moylan on Bill 75 just before they voted to override the governor's veto of Bill 75. And there was only one senator who voted against it. That was Senator Mary Torres. And then Vice Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes was excused. And you're right, Senator Duenas. We really don't need this bill. The governor can do it right now. It's 7:27. She can sign another executive order at 7:28. And lift the cap, and people won't have to be rushing and waiting in line and worrying about the website, competing for $800.
That's true, Bree. You're exactly right. And that's fine. I completely agree with that. You know, throw away this override, throw away the law of the land. It doesn't matter. Do that, Governor, and everybody will take a deep breath. But Bree, is it also asking too much to give people just a little bit more?
No.
You know, I mean, we go through this and we debate this legislation. You know, it passes into law. You know, and is it that much to ask? Bree, I cannot go places without being pulled aside. People saying, you know, please, just a little bit more. You know, you cannot see these lines out there, and you cannot see this website crashing and not understand that this is real. You know, this is real. And that's why I'm going to have to say once again as well, you know, a lot of us have been asking about this constant, you know, situation of saying, I'm putting aside $300 million for the hospital. You know, we got an emergency right now, Bree, and we can see it. I think the fact is that we're going to have to really, really, really completely rethink what we're going to do with this $600 million. I know that people are going to get jobs. I know that our economy is going to get better. I believe in Guam. I believe in everything that we're capable of doing. But now with the situation that we're facing and being back on the list of level 4 by the CDC and all of the mechanics of what we have to do, you know, this is not a time to basically, you know, be discussing long-term plans. Now is the time to completely rethink what we're doing and see what's going on in our community, because that is our job.
Senator Duenas, we're going to take a break, but just real quickly to all our listeners and viewers, I did message the governor's communications spokesperson for a comment on what the hell is happening over at
should be out
DOT.
here. They should have been up
She
in
said
Adelaide,
they're working
or
on
Reverend
getting
Clark.
more information.
Okay.
So, great job, Chris. Thank
Thanks.
you for
Yeah.
showing us the SHIT
That's not
show
enough,
happening.
Bree. Chris, that's not enough.
Yeah.
No, I know it's not.
Continue to get this message out there today, and you know, thanks for the opportunity to be on. I think the budget is completely secondary to what's going on now. I hope you guys continue to show the plight of the people today, because that's what's most important. Governor, you have a law in place now that the cap is gone. If you want to, sign that executive order like Bree said, and let's make sure our people have some comfort and some solace knowing that whatever they're trying to do here to take care of their families is something that we're paying attention to. That is of utmost importance right now.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator. Stay safe.
That's the Minority Report with Senator Chris Duenas. It's 7:30, Jay.
Yeah, so yeah. Pardon me. Still trying to figure out what is going on, like with the website, at least from our
What is
end.
going on? That has been the theme.
Obviously, myguamtax.com, from our testing in here, under severe duress and duress. And you guys, this is kind of like a perfect storm, right? Because as you guys mentioned, if people can't get in the website, the only other alternative they had would be to go and line up. The lines are extremely long. You'll be in line for a very long time. And the Delta variant is spreading. You're potentially risking yourself. This kind of problem, like with the website, having so much traffic to it in such a short amount of time, doesn't make it any easier. But people trying to get in, they keep hitting refresh, like I said, because that's the only solution you have. It's a compounding problem now because the site basically fell over because
the people of Guam deserve an apology from our governor. That's
She's not going to apologize. I don't understand why they're not on this show right now saying, hey, guys, this is what happened. We're sorry. We're going to work on it. Because, again, you made it first come, first serve. So I just got another text from somebody. Good morning. Helping a family member apply for RISE Act. The dumbest thing ever. The system has been crashing since 7 a.m. But this is the way your governor wanted it. First come, first serve. Fight to the finish for $30 million.
And she won't lift the cap.
At all. Well, maybe she will now. I don't know.
This also kind of reminds me, do you guys remember like a few years ago when, like, on the federal side, when healthcare.gov went online under the Obama administration, when they tried to do that, that site, completely fell over because so many people got on. But again, the only recourse we can offer you if you're trying to get into myguamtax.com at home is keep trying. Just hit refresh. You can do an F5, reload the page, speaker, join.
But I know all the people who are in line, like physically in line right now, they're probably like, yes, the website crashed.
We have a chance.
I know, which is so unfortunate because, again, like...
It's not supposed to be this way.
Yeah, pitting our people against each other, it's really just a travesty.
And hopefully the staff over at MyGuamTax, and like I know a couple of the tech people, they are trying to increase capacity right now and try and get this.
Don't we have a whole ass office of technology? Right. We're going to take a break, guys. It's 7:32. All race. Yeah. I just got another text from a buddy who's off island dropping his boy to college. Had to figure out the time difference to put in an application. Did all that. Pues crashy website.
Yep. All crash program.
Yeah, all crash, all race, myguamcrash.com.
We knew today's show was gonna be really, really crazy.
I didn't want it to be like this.
We didn't think it was gonna be this.
I didn't think it was so. God. 7:43. We're gonna take a break, and we're coming back with more of the link right here. Good morning. 637-0094. That's our phone number if you want to call. Maybe you're one of these people who the website kept crashing on. Maybe you're in line. Maybe you think the Gov's doing a great job. We'll take that. Come on in. It's Wednesday, September 1st. We're back with more of the link next.
Breeze. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
It's all wrong. Oh, the memes. The memes are coming. Congratulations. You're a meme now.
Okay, I'm staying on top of this for you guys, you know, from the tech side. The site, at least for me, it has loaded myguamtax.com. However, and this is a telltale sign of just a site having so much traffic, it's trying to respond, but the site is loading. The graphics are kind of slow to load, meaning the servers have, you know, like under, again, real heavy load. But again, if you go to, and I'll show you right here on the rightmost column, if you are able to get in, just hit refresh, keep trying, and it's down at the bottom, forms and applications, the All Rise form. If you load that, it should load the PDF. And then what I suggest is if that PDF does load for you, hit Control S. That will save the PDF onto your computer,
okay,
if you're able to get in. So yeah, so for the moment, if you are able to get in, congratulations to you, but just keep trying.
Congratulations, you have arrived. We did get another message here. Unfortunate with this system crash, because I know Director Daphne had highly encouraged online filing. Maybe a little too much, and that's what happened. Yeah, so Melissa commented, loads, but when you hit submit to complete and file, it gives you an error message. Ria Manglotnia, does she, meaning the governor, like watching the desperation? This should show her how much the people really need the help. Come file day, the system crashes, the line is excruciatingly long, and she gets to sit and probably laugh about how today turned out. To see our own Manolco with disabilities line up for this scam RISE Act, for shame, governor. I'm sure you could have gave everyone a share of the federal money. but a hospital is more important for you at the moment. Okay. Rosemary, we should now turn away from revenue tax and demand the governor stop the application process her way. Clearly, it's not working. Yeah, that's another thing. If this is first come, first serve, I mean, clearly with this with the system crashing, the whole thing is now in question. Let's go to the Zoom room where Speaker Therese Terlahi is standing by. Just Speaker, we'll just start with your initial reaction to the events that have unfolded this morning on the show.
Hafaday, good morning, everyone. And I don't know if I could say it any better than what Bree and you have said this morning. And it is really just, it's not acceptable. It's terrible. It's, we could have done so much better, and the people deserve so much better than this. And that's how I feel. It's terrible. And I agree. We should be seeing some action right now. Some different action. And I think the website crashes are worse than what you've explained, because I've been getting messages that say not only, you know, are they crashing, you can't get on, but when they get on, they're seeing their forms filled out with other people's information or different information, or messages like, you have already submitted, we have accepted your, or something like that. So yeah, I think it's a really huge problem. I don't think I'm not sure. I think obviously they're going to have repercussions, beyond today, trying to fix this, I think. And that's just too bad. You guys have been calling it, from the start. We shouldn't have to see these lines to know the need that is out there. That need has been apparent for months and almost a year now. And it's just getting worse. And the more desperate we make people feel, I just feel like it's wrong. It's the wrong thing to do. And we tried to prevent this, and even just getting the Manamco to line up at the mayor's offices was already unconscionable. To get them to do this is just way beyond.
I think we're all struggling with our emotions this morning, and I haven't even really thought about COVID yet.
Yeah, well, Sabrina put it in a good perspective, I thought. She's talking about we've got over 200 people in one day, who are getting infected with COVID. We're trying to stop that. We're shutting schools down to stop that. And then we do this. It's not going to make any sense to anybody. It's just not. And, and we've got people on ventilators. We've got people dying. This makes no sense. It just doesn't. And really, it's a simple fix. It's like the cap. We could have removed the cap. We could have assured everyone that they would be covered. And why not? Why not cover everyone? That's the part that it's just unconscionable to me, that we are selecting a few and leaving the others behind because they couldn't get on the internet fast enough. They couldn't line up for 12 hours at night, in the middle of the night. I don't understand that at all, honestly. And I'm sorry, I'm kind of just raw here, but it's, we are a government. We have excellent people in this government, and they could have done better if they were just allowed to do better. But they had their hands tied up with this insistence on $30 million as a cap when we are sitting on $600 million. That doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. And this whole, first come, first serve, it's never made sense. I've called them. We've tried to do bills. We've tried everything, and it's just. It's not even necessary, honestly. Totally. Anyways, if there's anything that I hope that they take out of this, it's that this is a failure. It's a failure on all of our part, on government's part. And here we are, we've been working for years. We have people working for years in the government, competent people trying to make the government do better. And then we do something like this, and it just brings us back years, and we've got money available to us today that we have never had. And so there are no excuses. There are none.
The island's so divided.
Going forward, I've said this before, and I hope going forward, we will not have people having to beg for this money, for this assistance, for this aid, for food, for getting their children back in schools, for getting protection, that we will never have that. It's just not necessary. I'm angry. I mean, it's just, it's not like nobody could see it coming, right? You said it, you called it Hunger Games. I mean, and we know the need. This is the issue. It's like we have seen these lines. We see the lines when it comes to food lines up to now. We see the lines. We see, the teachers have seen the kids in schools. They see what they need. These students won't sign up for computers because their parents don't want the liability of the $700 if the computers get lost. So these students are just going to be left out. I mean, we are in a dire situation and we have to act, like that's what we're in, and that we are going to bring our best minds to the table, and that we are open to suggestions and ideas, and that we are going to make things better, and that we will never, ever rest on one, plan, and that we will continue to make it better. And that's why I want to see the ARP plan. I want that to be laid on the table. I want to know what their plan is for the money so that all of the people of Guam can help to make that plan better. They should never believe that they know more than anyone else on the island, and that this one plan is going to be the save all, because obviously they don't know everything, and they should be open. Today should show them that they should be open to more suggestion, and that we can all be open to suggestion and just continue to make things better. We have to humble ourselves and do that. That's, I don't care what, it's really, yeah. I'm so glad, Chris, that you did those interviews. Honestly, I'm so glad you did that, because seeing the lines was really saddening last night while we were voting on the override. And that was sad by itself, just to see the lines last night. But the interviews this morning, those are very compelling, and those are just one small sample of the people that are in these lines, or the people that are at home so anxious because they were not able to go line up, they don't have a ride or whatever, and they do not have access to a computer. And then, of course, those on the computer, and this computer situation, I don't know. So,
Imagine those people
I expect Daphne will find a solution to it, but obviously the timing is way off, so they have a big problem.
Do you believe the people of Guam deserve an apology from our governor for putting them through this? Our Manumco, our veterans.
You're going to have to ask the governor. Of course, I think I apologize to the people of Guam. Though I'm not responsible for that, I apologize because I am a government leader, and this is all of us. And we can do better. And absolutely, it's terrible.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry.
The apology accepted, Madam Speaker. But you're
Even
right.
though you don't have to apologize,
Yeah.
because we have seen this. We've seen the senators introduce bills to try to get this rise payments paid out.
Yeah, it's perverse, this whole dance with the governor
Lift
first.
the cap.
First saying that, I can't do anything because the law says the cap is 30 million, and so you guys jump through these hoops.
Belittled in an executive order when
Yeah.
she created her own All Rise program.
I just
When
don't
is
get
enough enough?
I mean, you couldn't even plan this all rise, and you want to plan this 600 million? Get real.
Right.
Come on.
That's what I'm saying. Like, no more. They need to put that plan on the table and really open it up for suggestion and be open to the best ideas, because I don't have the best ideas, but there are other ideas out there that always help us to make things better. And I've been getting calls this past few days, people, Manumco, these are Manumco, and I feel really bad for them because they weren't required to file 1040s. And so they're not eligible for this rise at all, this all rise. And so I hope that with our override last night that, she just incorporates them as well, that they incorporate the people who were excluded because they were not required to file 1040s because they don't have active income. They have retirement, annuities, and that they, of course, it doesn't have to be first come, first serve. We've had this money since May. it's not logical.
It's
right? To sit
bananas.
on money since May, and then all of a sudden there's a rush to spend it. You got to sign up in one day. That makes no sense. And that you've got 600 million, and you have to cap it at 30 million. And when we are saying from the start, we recognize these people are the people who need it, and we recognize that we are in the middle of a pandemic and with unusual needs, unprecedented, impacts, layoffs, family impacts, everything. So we can do this, and we can do this better. And I am willing to work harder to communicate and do everything I can, because I continue to try to do that. And I just think we need to do that. We don't need to be, anyways, you know better. I mean, that's what we got to do. Everybody knows that. Yeah. And so we're going to do that. I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to ask again, I'd like to see the plan for the ARP. I think we need to reprioritize. I think the longer you hold money out, the more desperate the situation becomes, because we're not aiding these people, we're not aiding these businesses, and they are becoming more desperate.
Yeah.
And I heard one of the callers or one of the comments this morning about crime. That's what I've been thinking about. It's like the more desperate you make people, they turn to other things, and why would we want that? I don't want that. And I don't want that at all for our school kids. I want them back in schools. I want all that money used for their protection to be used for their protection. And, change the capacity at the school, divide them up, do whatever you've got to do to make it work, and make it work safely, and do what we're supposed to be doing, and that is using this money to make people safer, using this money to help people overcome the huge burden that has been placed on them through this pandemic. I know we had all other things to talk about this morning, but I'm so glad you did those interviews.
Yeah, there was a budget or something that got passed, right?
Yeah.
In other news.
And I know, the budget is all about the government of Guam, right? It's about the government of Guam employees. It's about the government of Guam agencies, and it's about what the government is going to do. And it's a small part of what Guam needs to do and what we have to do for Guam. And so it's, there's some good things in this budget. It's not perfect, but there are some good things in this budget that are going to help get services out for the people that need it. I tried to put a provision in there that's going to help get refunds out faster, I hope, because part of the budget, decreased the refund provision a little bit. And so I just think refunds are one of these types of, it's money that belongs to people that we should not hold for a day longer than we need to, especially in a time like this. And so that's one of the things that we can prioritize and make sure they get that money that belongs to them faster, and we catch up. This is our year to do that, and that's what that money is for. So I want that to be prioritized too. I don't want people waiting. They waited for minimum wage to be changed. They waited for the RISE Act since December. They waited for, they wait for the refunds. They just keep, we are waiting for the ARP plan to see if there's any hope for anything else.
Wait
right?
in line to get tested.
We shouldn't have to keep waiting. So
I just want to read this from the executive order. I keep going back to this because I'm kind of pissed.
Yeah.
The executive order, when the governor rescinded her original all rise and then replaced it with her new all rise, the Guam legislature is proven ill-equipped to pass a law that creates and allows the executive branch to implement a program that gives our people direct aid and also complies with federal mandates regarding the use of ARP. I don't know.
Sounds like
the letters are many of the letters are like that. Yeah. The veto letter is criticizing the leadership, because we tried to pass a RISE amendment, right? That executive order. I find that unnecessary and frankly unprofessional. I don't think it's necessary at this point. If we're trying to help the people, let's just focus on them and let's just get it done.
Yeah, I mean, but when you have a communications director for the office of the governor who can just, do a character assassination on a senator in a press release, it kind of seems like this is just par for the course. And you're right, it's totally unnecessary, but it really, to me, it's just in line with exactly what happened this morning. The bottom line, the governor I don't know how someone can be this out of touch with what is going on in our community. I don't know how.
It does seem out of touch. And the other thing is, I'm hoping, that they're not, it seems to be consistent attempt that we're going to change the standard of government here, that we are going to not be transparent, first of all, not seek suggestions, second of all, not try to make things better, and really just, instead of working together, criticize. And I don't want to do that. I mean, I'm angry today, so I'm critical, yes, but I'm still willing to work together, and I have always been. And I work hard. I will work hard. I will do whatever it takes, because I just think this is something that these people do not deserve. No one deserves that, especially the people of Guam. My goodness, they've been patient. They have been compliant, with all the executive orders. They have been doing what they need to do. They've been trying to keep themselves safe, and they've been, dealing with the layoffs and the openings and the closings, and they've been dealing with it. And so I'm so grateful to them. And so we're just going to have to step it up as a government and all the leadership.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We do have a question, and this is aside from the fiasco with the all race application, and this relates to the minimum wage, because that does kick into effect today. This is September 1st. So there's a question here from one of our online viewers. There was an amendment by Senator Moylan to delay the minimum wage increase. As you know, it failed. How does the legislature expect big, small businesses to survive?
I know that this is a hardship for businesses to change their wages. However, this is one thing, at least for me, what I said on the floor and what I say today is that we have $600 million in ARP money to help businesses as well. And that the governor has already promised programs through GIDA to help these businesses, particularly for employment purposes. And so I expect that she will do that. And I hope that she will especially do that for those who pay people, the minimum, the $9.25. So that I am hoping that she will be able to use money that way. And that, but I didn't want to put the minimum wage off, because we've put it off already once, and they are expecting it. And this is, if they are lucky to get a job, they are going to be able to bring that home. And that's one more way to help these individuals and families. And the government has already promised to help the businesses. So I expect that she will. She's already put money or promised money to GIDA to do that, just exactly that. So I expect that will happen.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay,
Take care.
God bless. God bless Guam. Can we?
Just I want to just follow up on what the speaker said, that she's right. GIDA announced in June, I believe it was, that they were going to have this pandemic assistance program, and the Guam Department of Labor Director Dave Della Sola was on earlier this week, because there was two programs. It was the one that for GDOL, and there was one for GIDA. But I guess after they had discussions, they were putting aside the GDOL program and a go forward with the GIDA program.
Yeah.
But again, that's since June. The applications, we're still waiting for that to come out.
Yeah, and then with this, and that's why I feel like us having the $600 million right now, it's so crucial, because the PUA is running out, and this program that Sabrina's talking about was supposed to pay for businesses to hire displaced workers, including those who are coming off the PUA. And then the government would subsidize their wages for, I want to say it was like somewhere between 6 and 9 months. Well, we know from Dave Della Sola that program is either tremendously delayed or totally being re-examined relative to whether or not it'll even be implemented. So where's the plan? Where's the plan for these people coming off the PUA? Tourism, we're screwed. We're screwed. CDC level 4 advisory. We have the worst travel advisory related to COVID. Do not come here unless you're fully vaccinated. And even then, you stand a chance of catching the virus and getting thrown in the hospital. Where's the plan? Really, where is it? I mean, John Jr. Cabo was on here, was that like last week, the week before? He said, oh, we're going to come out with it soon. Well, soon should have come months ago. It's 7:59. We do have some comments before we go over to KUAM TV. Can we play the video of the cars? The one I saw you had a new one. Right, yeah, thanks.
It was from one of our photographers.
Right.
Yeah,
Who was trying to apply.
Yeah, so the traffic, it seems, and you were mentioning this earlier in the morning, Chris, I'm sorry, that the traffic has actually been rerouted to keep people off the main road. Is that
Right.
they actually go up Barragata Heights
Yes.
towards the skilled nursing facility and
then
then
it turns
rerouted back down.
around. Guys, so there's a lot of people stuck in traffic. The commercial tire, Guam main facility. You guys are not stuck in the traffic for the All Rise applications because it goes past Vinny's and then they shoot them up Barragata Heights all the way to the SNU, and it's already curving back down towards Barragata Heights. But the website problems, Jay, we're still getting comments here. Can't log in.
Yeah,
people
well,
say
okay.
just keep trying. The Rosemary says it looks like everyone's info is flying all over the place.
I'm able to get in right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
while the
Or
speaker
it's,
was
but it keeps going in and out.
Yeah, so Sabrina was actually calling me while the speaker was dialoguing with you, Chris, and it seems like myguamtax.com, it's kind of going up right now. It seems like the downtime is a little less sporadic than it was before, which is a
Right.
good thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in this situation several times over the course of my career, and it seems like they're scaling the website is what we call it.
Yeah.
So it hopefully, and cross your fingers, and again, all you can do if you're on the other side of the internet is, just keep hitting refresh, and if you should get in, just, try and fill out that form and get it
Edwin-
submitted. So hopefully things are getting better right now.
Edwin comments, and please, DRT, please shut down the website. There are too many server-side conflicts. Angela comments, I'm still trying to get through the second page. But clearly, Jay, whether or not the website is back up, it's been compromised. This whole process of the first come, first serve has been totally perverted and compromised. You can't trust it. There's no more first come, first serve because these people who were trying to file online, they got shut out. And whoever was behind them, maybe they got in. So if the government is going to make it first come, first serve, then they should have done their damn due diligence to make sure that their system could support a process like that. I mean, if you're going to make it Hunger Games, Governor, then get your people to make sure that all the apparatus and the systems are in place. But again, if you're out of touch with reality, if you're only surrounded by yes people, this is exactly what happens. It's 8:01. Quick break, and we're jumping on to KUAM TV with the link on this Wednesday morning.
We have the world at our fingertips. Inspiration in our touch, and power in our...
Good morning, Guam. It's 8:03. Welcome back to the link. Jay, so I'm getting messages kind of related to what the speaker was talking about people who were kicked out when they go back in, their application has someone else's information on it. And that's what I'm saying about this whole thing has been compromised. I mean, clearly this is almost seeming like people's personal information has been breached and is being shared. So how do you...
Well, that's scary. That's
How
scary.
does
and
that happen?
Yeah,
How do
that's
you-
scary and that's bizarre. I'm trying to figure out, how this has happened. And I guess for some context and everything like that, again, we here at KU, when we've been in this situation a handful of times over the last, 20 odd years and everything like that. For example, right after Super Typhoon Pongsonghua, globally, everybody wanted to know how bad things were on Guam. Our site would be either slowed to a crawl or would be inaccessible for a few minutes and everything. But obviously the problem is a problem of capacity. They do not have enough to be able to handle the overwhelming
Because
amount
they
of demand.
misjudge the demand.
Yeah.
Because they're out of touch with reality.
And like the speaker said, she may actually call for, and hopefully some some future plan will come out of this. I mean, that's of little, comfort
Comments.
now to people who are trying to get
we,
in.
We do have some comments real time right now. Tiana Faring, system won't let me submit. It's saying I already filed an application, but I haven't been able to. Adam comments, Social Security numbers have been compromised. Sung Cho, governor should come out and apologize to the people of Guam. I sent her the Zoom link, guys, said, hey, you want to come on about the All Rise, so we'll see. Jean Rose Utuk comments, it kicked me out of the middle of application. The area to put the spouse's information just disappeared after I re-logged in. Beavis and Fit, I'm in a couple times while putting my information, then click submit. It just crashed. Not our internet connection. It's their website. Maria Jessica comments, the website will not let me log on. Jules Mendoza, anxiety is off the roof. Laura Jo Cruz, it's now called All Race. Mike Grace Blas, sad day for Guam, USA. Sonia Villa Gomez Ugan, things seem to have its way of showing the light in true colors. Janessa Fernandez, thank you, KUAM. You're welcome. Ruth Ann Sanchez, when you boil water and simmer long, it will explode. This is what is going on.
And if I can just add, like what the speaker was saying, hopefully down the road, and maybe hopefully in the short term, something will come out of this to better strengthen, GovGuam's systems as more and more agencies move towards having digital presences. Revenue-Tax is obviously like the big one, and they were the first one about 8-9 years ago when they started putting their public services like online. I mentioned this earlier this morning, but I remember when under the Obama administration, when healthcare.gov, the servers fell over because they could not handle the amount of requests and applications that were being sent to it and everything like that. What came out of that was the agency now known as the U.S. Digital Service and everything. So again, that doesn't really help you guys for the current moment. And as an engineer, this I do not wish this kind of thing on my worst enemy's dog. I mean, I'm hoping that my friends over at Revenue-Tax, they've got a plan and they're executing it right now to actually increase capacity and get these things all squared away.
Okay.
But like the speaker was saying, hopefully this will be the use case that going forward they'll say, okay, if we're going to do more stuff online, and we inevitably will, we are going to have more robust plans going forward, because this kind of thing could happen again. I'm looking at the website right now. Joseph, you got me up.
The governor just texted me, guys. I sent her the Zoom link. I said, if you want to come on about the All Rise crash, she wrote, I hear it is up and running. They are on it.
No, it's not.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, and I texted back, we're getting comments, but okay.
That was great. You want to do news?
Yeah, let's do news. Shall we, guys?
The site can't be reached.
Yeah.
Let me try.
Can
going
I take a picture of that and I'll send that to the gov? Because maybe she doesn't know.
It's up and down, and then people are right at the brink of finishing, and then it's not working.
Yeah, it's totally compromised. They got to do something. I mean, first of all, the governor has to swoop in, and she could be like, here's another $30 million. That's what she's got to do. You're welcome. And then figure it out from there. First, appease the people, reassure them that they are going to get the assistance they need, and we'll figure it out from there. Chris Barnett for senator. Just kidding. It's 8:08.
Yeah, and again,
I mean, but guys, it really is. It's too easy. It's common sense. Like, bang my head against the wall. Like, how do you screw up this bad? Like, you screwed up so bad, Jason doesn't even know what causes that kind of website error. 8:08. Let's see the news.
So we got that Chris Barnett for senator,
This
Joseph
is all
treasurer.
because she won't lift that cap.
Yeah, that's it. It's because she wants you guys to first come, first serve. And clearly, this is the kind of environment you create when you set those conditions for the people of Guam who deserve way better. It's 8:08. Pacific Points is proud to present this look at news with Sabrina Salas-Mantanani from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina.
Howdy, everybody. Guam records 4 casualties in our war against COVID-19 and a record-breaking 206 new positive cases. According to the latest report from the Joint Information Center, the 146th and 147th COVID-19 related fatalities occurred at the Guam Memorial Hospital on August 28th, while 2 deaths were from 2020 and after a review were determined to be COVID-19 related. The 146th COVID-related fatality was an 84-year-old man who was unvaccinated with underlying health conditions. He tested positive for COVID and was pronounced dead on arrival. The 147th COVID-related fatality was a 56-year-old man who was unvaccinated with underlying health conditions. He tested positive for COVID. The following are the 2 deaths from last year that were classified as COVID-19 related. A 67-year-old woman with multiple comorbidities. Her death occurred on October 13th at GMH. The vaccine was not available at that time and therefore was not vaccinated. A 55-year-old woman whose death occurred at GMH on December 31st. She was ineligible to receive the vaccine at that time. The JIC reports a total of 45 hospitalizations in island hospitals. That's GMH, GRMC, and Naval Hospital. 8 people receiving ICU level of care, 2 on ventilators. Out of the total hospitalizations, 26 unvaccinated. The status of 2 unknown. 17 are vaccinated. Public Health reported 206 new positive cases out of 1,714 tests performed on Monday. 55 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 10,559 officially reported cases of COVID-19 with 149 deaths. 1,415 cases are active. The CAR score is 43.8. The Guam Department of Education also reports 10 new positive cases among students, 3 employees also testing positive. The breakdown of the latest student cases: Atacao Elementary, Finagayan Elementary, Maria Ujoa Elementary, Inaran Middle School, Simon Sanchez High School, and 3 separate cases at John F. Kennedy High School. Employee cases were identified at Atacao Elementary, Jose Rios Middle School, Simon Sanchez High School. This brings the total number of GDOE students to test positive since the beginning of the school year to 126. The Archdiocese of Vigaña also reporting 5 more students tested positive. They are from Bishop Baumgartner Memorial School, 3 cases there, St. Anthony Catholic School, Mercy Heights Catholic Nursery and Kindergarten. The number of Catholic school students testing positive for the virus is now 35. Once again, testing is being offered at the Old Tees and Carnival grounds from 8 a.m. to 12 noon. Be prepared to wait for several hours. Vaccination clinics are being held today at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. and at the Southern Region Community Health Center from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. And as you saw, it is race day. The Hunger Games, all race. The line already up the hill, down the hill, around the corner. Payments have been authorized by law since January. DRT began accepting applications in person at 7 a.m. We're still trying to figure out the issues with the online application. It's on, it's off.
Yeah.
The governor said it's working.
It's okay, so I sent her a picture of the, as of 8:08, Jason couldn't get into it, and so I sent the gov a picture of that because she had said that it was up and running, and she responded, the vendor and OTEC are on it. Apologize for the inconvenience. But we're going to play this soundbite real quick from Congressman San Nicolas's press conference yesterday.
Yeah. So as you all know, it is a first come, first served basis, first in, first out. Everybody's competing for this $30 million that the governor refuses to lift that cap. So Congressman Michael San Nicolas was asked by members of the media regarding this $30 million cap.
Absolutely. There's really no reason why there is a cap. It's not like there's a lack of resources. You know, if the original amount was going to be 30 million, and even if we have double that, is 60 million, and that's not even 10% of the 600 million. So, and it's going to be coming out at a time when, you know, people are really reaching a pretty desperate point. So absolutely, let's not, why are we capping that? That's totally not federal. The federal government didn't say cap that. You know, I have no idea why we are capping something that is not, you know, that is not being limited to, you know, certain groups. I mean, anybody who applies that is eligible should get. And to just say, oh, you're not going to get because we capped it, and unfortunately you are number 100 in a line that only was able to service 99, that does not in any way make them less eligible. So, I don't know. I don't know why that cap is in place. I don't know why we're distressing our people unnecessarily of those kind of things when the resources are already provided to make it happen and to make everybody feel more confident and to feel more secure rather than creating that kind of panic. When we are in a situation where Delta is requiring both vaccinated and unvaccinated to be extra cautious, putting our people into a mad rush to the line situation where you better get there first come, first serve, otherwise you're not going to get it, is not conducive to social distancing and mitigating crowds. The last thing we need is for people to get up in other people's faces and shouting at them because why are you cutting the line? Or, I just went to go to the bathroom and I came back and, that's just all unnecessary. We need to make things as fluid for our people and as safe for our people as possible. And that's just not what the cap is going to do and the mad rush is going to do with the way this program is being rolled out.
So if you are waiting in line, the Guam Police Department reminds those of you who are actually heading to Rev and Tax, entry is only being permitted through the north entryway fronting Route 16, the northbound travel portion. While people will be lining up to enter DRT for the RISE Act, recipients are asked to please be mindful of residential and private businesses along Route 16 and to please not block access way. For those wishing to patronize DRT for other than the RISE Act, please utilize the traffic light access into DRT. GPD will be on site to monitor the flow of traffic and to assure the safety of motorists. Please, please, please be safe. Now, just before 10:30 last night, senators passed Bill 55. That is the fiscal year 2022 budget bill. The vote was 11 yes, 3 no, and 1 excused absence. The 3 who voted against its passage were Republican Senators Tello Taitagui, Mary Torres, and Joanne Brown. Vice Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes was excused. By law, the legislature must pass a budget by August 31st. It will now be sent to Adelup for the governor's review. Here is Appropriations Committee Chair Senator Josen Augustine during the extension of remarks on session floor last night.
Speaker, history was made tonight by tackling another of the most economically challenged budgets in our island history. I'm very pleased with the outcome of this bill, and I look forward to further assisting our island and departments and agencies with additional resources as they become available. Together, that's both sides of the house. We work to ensure our government will continue to provide the service and programs our people need. We provided adequate funding for every sector of our government to ensure our people are taken care of. We work towards building a Guam that remains steadfast in the adversities that we face, acknowledging the sacrifices that have been made to ensure we come out of this together. In closing, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you and our colleagues for your active participation in this process as we work to address the needs of our community during these hard times. While we never always agree, one thing I can say, we agreed on what was focusing on the needs of our community. This was a true bipartisan bill. I commend all my colleagues, Democrat and Republicans, for their work and appreciate the dedication of each member for ensuring we met our goal to provide for our people.
Lawmakers also voted to override the governor's veto of Bill 75 as a symbolic message to the governor. The measure would increase the RISE program payments, extend the program by 6 months, and lift the $30 million cap. The bill's main sponsor, Senator James Moylan, on session floor.
Madam Speaker, just short and sweet. Madam Speaker, while I understand that overriding Bill 75 may not do much in terms of forcing the governor to increase payout of the RISE Act or even lift the cap on the program, but what it will do is simply send a strong statement, a statement to the executive branch that the legislature branch is a co-equal branch of government and want to work with the governor in addressing economic recovery. It also sends out another strong message and that message is no qualified resident who applies in reasonable timeline should be refused the proceeds of the RISE Act. So please, raise the cap and let's work together, Governor. I thank you. Governor, I thank you.
Senator Mary Torres was the only one present during the session that voted no to the override, while Vice Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes was excused. With more news now, here's Tyler Mazzanoni.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Half a day, good morning everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. $345 million in federal funding may be available for a new Guam hospital. It's part of a nearly $1 billion proposed appropriation for territorial medical facilities under consideration by Congress. Delegate Michael San Nicolas says if approved, the governor should then spend the $300 million she's been holding back in American Rescue Plan money on pandemic assistance for the needy. KUAM's Nestor Lecanto reports.
Congressman San Nicolas says the Natural Resources Committee will consider a $345 million appropriation for a Guam medical facility during a markup hearing this week. If approved, it'll be part of a massive $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation package Congress is now considering.
So as far as probabilities of us getting this passed, I can't guarantee it, but I can say that we're definitely in a much better place this year than we were last year.
He also questioned why the governor is locking up $300 million in pandemic assistance money for her hospital complex. He says it's not even clear that she can use it for that.
To take $300 million in relief money that was intended for relief at a time when we have immediate relief needs on the horizon, and to park that and put that away for something that's going to have a 5 to 7 year timeline, we really shouldn't do that.
He also criticized the FY22 budget bill for tying up $35 million a year in EITC reimbursements to pay for the proposed project. He says that's tying up too much too soon.
I'm actually very suspicious as to why there's such an interest in trying to tie up the funding when we don't even know exactly what that funding is going to be tied up for. And again, I mentioned earlier the timelines. We're looking at a 5 to 7 year project timeline.
It's not likely the governor would even consider releasing her $300 million in ARP money without a guarantee of getting the $345 million. But midway through the San Nicolas press conference, Adelup issued a news release in which the governor credits Natural Resources Chairman Raul Grijalva of Arizona, whom she met with in July, for pledging his help to fund the Guam hospital.
I'm not quite sure what the purpose of that press release is. It does underscore that the question, Governor, if you already knew that money was going to be committed, why are you still holding your $300 million back?
The Natural Resources Committee markup meeting is set for September 2nd in Washington. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Frontliners at the vaccination clinic at Micronesian Mall continue efforts. Members of the Guam National Guard spoke with KUAM's Daniel Paris to share how they've been battling the virus and continue to hold the line.
They've been on the front line since the pandemic started, and they're still here working hard. Members of the Guam National Guard continue to vaccinate the people of our island, and they'll keep at it. Task Force Medical Specialist Christian Santos.
Definitely high spirits. It's definitely fulfilling seeing what we're doing for the community of Guam, for the people of Guam. Vaccinating our people, doing our swab testing, whatever capacity as a medic, what we can do for the community.
Task Force Medical Specialist Sean Mendiola added that although being on the front lines is a challenge, it's nothing that the Guam National Guard can handle. COVID is just another mission for them to take on.
It's more so a team effort with us with the Guam Guard. We always make sure we're all in check, that we're all mentally prepared to take on the task for the day, whatever missions may come our way.
With the COVID numbers on the rise again, Santos says that in order for the Guard to stay safe and keep their families safe, they still follow the 3 W's, and they urge island residents to do the same.
Just regulatory precautions, being around the public, general public, whether they be asymptomatic, symptomatic, or having positive COVID, negative COVID, definitely washing the 3 W's, washing your hands, washing your distance, right? And I try to decon as much as possible before I go home, enter my house, see my family.
In order to keep themselves and their loved ones safe, they always stay on alert, and that means having to sacrifice spending time with them.
Mainly just spending time with family who we haven't seen for quite a while throughout this whole pandemic. As much as I'd like to celebrate birthdays, special occasions, It's been quite difficult, but we got to do what we have to do to get back to normal, and hopefully we'll get there soon.
Residents who haven't gotten the vaccine yet can still do so at the Micronesia Mall Vaccination Clinic, open from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Daniel Perez.
Distribution of the Pandemic Electronic Benefit Transfer Cards, or PEBT, has been extended through Saturday, September 4th. Cards will be issued from 11 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall Center Court. Walk-ins are welcome. However, those with scheduled appointments will be prioritized. Appointments can be booked online via Eventbrite at tinyurl.com/PEBT Guam. For more information, call 311, dial option 8, or email info@gdoe.net. The program is funded through the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food and Nutrition Services to address the meals lost while GDOE schools were shut down during the COVID-19 pandemic. Juan Mendiola's defense attorney has filed a motion for retrial. Mendiola is accused of murdering Peter Rios in May of 2020. Over the past week, he has been on trial before Superior Court presiding Judge Alberto Lamorena. The trial has been held in the Supreme Court and streamed to the public due to COVID restrictions. According to the motion filed by defense attorney Joseph Razano, he is requesting a retrial of the case because of audio and technical difficulties that prevented the public and Mr. Mendiola's family to hear what was occurring during the trial. A declaration was filed on behalf of Mendiola's daughter, further supporting the claims. Assistant Attorney General Sean Brown filed an opposition to the motion, stating that, quote, that current system is not perfect, but it is the best compromise available aside from shutting down all trials, end quote. Brown also stated that the motion for retrial is essentially placing the court into an impossible decision, as there is no suitable building that would provide full public access and comply with the current restrictions mandated by the governor. A hearing on the motion is scheduled for Thursday. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The 20-year war in Afghanistan is officially over, and the Taliban are once again in control. Natalie Brand reports.
Major General Christopher Donahue, commander of the 82nd Airborne, the last American soldier to board a flight out of Kabul. The plane took off 1 minute before midnight local time, the deadline President Biden set to complete the withdrawal.
There's a lot of heartbreak associated with this departure. We did not get everybody out that we wanted to get out.
Thousands of Afghan allies and even some Americans remain in Afghanistan.
We believe there are still a small number of Americans, under 200 and likely closer to 100, who remain in Afghanistan and want to leave. We're trying to determine exactly how many.
President Biden says he decided against extending the withdrawal deadline because military commanders advised ending the mission as planned was the best way to protect U.S. lives.
I think if we'd stayed another 10 days, Louis, we wouldn't have gotten everybody out that we wanted to get out. And there still would have been people who would have been disappointed with that.
The Taliban declared victory as they took over the airport and the disabled military equipment left behind. A spokesman repeated claims that the Taliban will let Afghans with passports and visas leave the country, but refugees with families still there are skeptical.
The situation is very, very bad right now. I don't know where are they. I guarantee, which they are not safe.
The U.S. plans to house up to 50,000 Afghan refugees at U.S. military bases. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, the White House.
And with your news in Chamorro, here is Kin Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get some to be kunut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Debi Departamento ng Revenue and Taxation matutunan mapasi at Advanced Child Tax Credit pago na mes. Este siya sa taftaf na apas no 50% sa hulog 2,000 pesos na child tax credit no maklama para 2021 na tax return. Maprebeste na plano ni Department of Revenue and Tax taftaf gi Agosto na mes no US Department of the Treasury jailing niya direktor adto na ahensya si Daphne Shimizu na Debbie Mohon di matutunan na apas gi Agosto lokwi na mes. Lomampus bulas siya man presiso mas mamaatetendi. Lenya na siya Revenue and Tax mapatutuwa este na programa gito niya online na sistema. Sa politetsu niya gwin na kausa, debi naman spare empenyo tamay ni sudidano ni isla, manakabalis para tempo informasyon niya pagwatigi Revenue and Taxation. Asangan si Shimazo na pro maanunsya mas informasyon por este gito semana na tempo mo na. Masasunto, aja distribute Pandemic Electronic Benefit Transfer Card PEBT sa ma-extendi hasta Sabado dia 4 de September. Para ma-issue card siya, desde alas 11:30 giega hasta las 6:30 gipupuengi gi Micronesia Mall Center Court. Mamakumbibida iman mafatugato sin appointment, lodi siya manggayad sa appointment sa CFNet na sempre man ma-attendi. Sina mamatina sa appointment gi internet into the Eventbrite gi tinyurl.com/PEBT Guam. Para mas informasyon, agang ni 311-8 para option pat email info@gdoe.net. Isalapi para este na programa sa gini U.S. Department of Agriculture, Food and Nutrition Services para nadalanto na siya inengkano ni man malingo para GDOE na estudanti siya gidurante ni pinesti. Yuto na sunto gifunod sa moro gini KUM News para pago na Metculis, matisan o Centers for Disease Control, Zonia Guames taong bumueta, datigap maulik posisyon nga. Gagi pago guahan gi gradong 4. Gipapaeste na grado, maabiso ni CDC itato siya na mambabutan na mga nofan matumayiguahan sa porsentat kalo iriskaw ni COVID-19. CDC sa maabiso man si itato siya na kumuparang fatumayiguahan na siguro na mabakuna ho kabales antes diundingo lugat mizu. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizu gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Natural ability, you can't resist my
best I can. You say you're ready, but it's hard to stop. Spilling on the radio, ready or not. Play it, DJ, one more time. Reverse communication, stop. Rewind.
Hey, here's who's coming up on the show. Well, first of all, guys, Superintendent John Fernandez is standing by in the KUAM News Zoom room. Lillian Posadas, Guam Memorial Hospital, will get an update. Chima Mbakwem is meeting with the governor. So we're going to try and get him on after that. Not sure what they're meeting about, but I'm pretty sure it's related to, oh man, the numbers. With everything that's going on this morning with the All Rise, we're still in week 5 of a crazy surge that, Dr. Hoawen has said is Delta variant. It's out there, widespread. Yesterday, the JIC reported 206 new positive cases of COVID-19. 55 of those were identified through contact tracing.
2 casualties.
2 casualties. 2 more deaths from last year were reclassified as related to COVID-19. Hospitalizations continue to climb. We're at 45 hospitalizations. 26 unvaccinated. 17 vaccinated individuals are in the hospital. So all my fellow people who are vaccinated, stop acting like we're superheroes. We've got to do what we got to do. What we did the first time, guys. Stay home. Really? It's Wednesday. It's rainy. Just stay home. Look at each other. You're beautiful. So we have 26 unvaccinated in the hospital, 17 vaccinated, 8 in the ICU. The CAR score, which I don't think we use anymore, is 43.8. Is that the highest?
I believe so.
What was it last year when we did the Strive for 5?
It was not in the 40s, for sure.
Okay. So, yeah. I think we need to bring back Strive for 5. Or how about bring it to 0? The people of Guam are the heroes. Bree's not in the mood. It's 8:36. It's a rough morning. Let's go ahead and get Superintendent John Fernandez on.
We also have Isaiah Uggan, one of our reporters who also covers the education beat. So, Isaiah, just feel free to jump in if you have any questions. But, John, we'll just start with you first and just giving us an update on where GDOE is in making this switch to online learning.
Well, a lot has happened since the last time we were on the show. So, again, this is one of those. This is one of those situations where these weekly updates are kind of important because things can change dramatically. Even on Thursday last week, I think, as you know, we were spending last week really reaching out internally and to our parents as well through a lot of virtual sessions, and we continue to do so this week as well. To just really touch base with our stakeholders directly, get their questions, concerns, and help get their input in terms of thinking about the future and how we wanted to proceed. So last week we were tracking the same numbers that people were tracking in the community regarding the surge in COVID-19 cases, and of course we started to think through what are the things that we want to do. Do we want to operate status quo, and how do we feel about that, and what are the things that we know are working, and what are the challenges? We thought we also we're talking about what if we want to, what about using cohorts as a way to at least immediately try to mitigate some of the concerns that parents are bringing. And then again, the worst case scenario would be a full shutdown. So we were in the midst of that conversation, a lot of good discussion last week. And at the same time, we were touring schools of public health. We wanted public health to be out there with us, watching our kids, moving through the school, in the classroom, moving through common areas, so they could also provide a really good assessment of how schools were doing during the reopening during this pandemic. So at that time, public health was working with us. I think that they were really impressed with what was happening in the schools, and of course noticing there are of course areas to strengthen and address. So, things like the cafeteria or the common areas, areas that we could, we were working on to think through a different, additional solutions to things that could be improved. So that's where we were. And on Friday, we were at Simon Sanchez doing the very same thing when we got the call from the governor. And so both Art St. Augustine and his team were at Simon Sanchez, and I was there as well. The rain came down really hard, so we ran to our cars to participate in a Zoom meeting with the governor. And when she came online, essentially she came online to just let us know that she had decided based on the recommendations of I'm figuring her medical advisors and so forth, that it was time to close schools and suspend in-person learning. I had figured that, and I figured we were getting to that point because no matter how we were doing within the schools, and no matter how much we were confirming that there was no spread of the virus within the school setting, at the same time, we were noticing that the community numbers were skyrocketing, which meant that the number of cases that were going to show up at the doors of our schools was just going to increase. And we had already begun talking about the impacts of having to, address these individual cases. The more cases you have, the more parents have to be notified. Your school nurses have full attention is on those cases. Your administrators are fully activated on those cases. If you have to quarantine teachers, you're looking at finding substitutes to cover the class. If you're using if you're impacting staff, then looking for coverage for supervision of the kids. So the more cases that we have showing up, we were already noticing that this was having a secondary operational impact on schools. So again, we were at that point. We figured that at some point the community numbers are going to be so high that we're going to have to pull the trigger on some type of mitigation measure. Now she actually chose what we were trying to avoid, the worst case scenario of having to go fully online and suspend in-person learning completely. I had asked whether there was any consideration for moving into cohorts, at least allowing half the students to come every day so we could maintain face-to-face instruction, but with lower numbers of kids on campus. But I think based on the numbers and based on the projections, I think what she said was it's going to get worse. I think we all know this. It's going to get worse before it gets better, because any restriction takes about a couple of weeks, to really impact the numbers. So I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing it get worse, but we're waiting for these restrictions or these measures to take effect, and hopefully see those numbers come down. But at that time, I had suggested maybe we just do half and half, but I think she felt that the situation was so urgent that even that half measure was not going to be sufficient to turn the tide in terms of bringing the numbers down, and I think also reassuring parents that the kids are not going to be at risk during this pandemic. Even if we hadn't seen spread, I think the idea was that it's only going to be a matter of time before the numbers are so high that you're not going to catch everything. And so my understanding is, even though I don't have those numbers, I think there was indication that there are kids who are getting sick and even a couple who may be requiring hospitalization. And that's really my biggest worry. I mean, in the first stage of COVID-19, everything we know up to July of this year, everyone's been talking about COVID-19 not having as big an effect or as severe an effect on young children. But with the variant and with what we're learning from other states, hospitalizations are going up for children, and there's a lot we don't know. So I don't think we want to take that chance and try to second guess. But I do know that I've texted her a couple of times just saying, look, when it gets safe enough, please prioritize the reopening of schools when we can. These kids were so happy to be there. And as you know, I have a couple of kids in the school system. When I told them that, we were going to suspend in-person learning, I got the biggest stink eye, you could imagine, right? Well, I said, hey, I didn't decide it. It was on me. It was on my
Oh, you checked the governor. Oh, no. Go stink eye the governor.
But I told the governor, I said, the kids really enjoyed being there. The older kids especially were looking forward to get back into activities. And so it's our job, it's our duty to try to figure out a way to get them back into school safely. So I think at that point, so so this week We have, we just wanted, we didn't, the switch over from the end of Friday when the executive order was issued to Monday, without having a chance to talk to the kids and distribute laptops and all of that. We did want to buy some time to make sure we shifted everybody over and got the laptops ready for distribution. And so this week, that's what we've been doing. I've met, along with the deputies, with additional meetings with elementary and middle school teachers and staff to continue to answer questions and talk through this transition. And then next week, we will begin online learning for all students. All the schedules and all that information will be pushed out for these remaining 3 days of the week. So we'll provide more information to the community about what to expect. And then, of course, their schools will communicate directly with them as well.
Where are you with the laptop distributions and also for, I guess, Wi-Fi?
MiFi.
MiFi? Well, sorry, MiFi.
So the laptops, the laptops are being addressed at the school level. So anybody interested in getting a laptop now should go to their school directly and make sure they apply for a laptop, and the schools will handle it at that point. If there are any issues, the schools will then notify us at the central office to see what we can do to assist. So don't go to the central office first, because all the laptops are at the schools, and the schools will know how many that they have on hand to be able to distribute. But if there are any issues once you go to the school, then we are able to assist. So there should be laptops that can be distributed for families who need that support at this point. With regard to MiFis, the first round of MiFis have all been given out. So we are in the process of procuring additional MiFis, but at this point we are open. The executive order suspends in-person learning, but as part of our discussions about that executive order, we did ask to be able to open schools for internet access. So so the community learning centers and those schools that were not necessarily CLCs will all be open for internet access. So most likely they will set up a space within the cafeteria or within an area that's large enough at the school to be able to have students register and come to school to be able to access a laptop, access the school internet for the purposes of online learning. Of course, they will have to be distanced and cleaning and no food and drink and so forth. So we're working on those details with every school to assist with the internet access at the community level.
Have you heard about situations where the schools have ran out of laptops? And if so, what is the solution for parents that are in need of these laptops for their kids?
So there should be laptops available. And again, if there are laptops that are not available, that should be communicated with the central office, because we identified laptops of a certain, the laptops that were most recently purchased, right? So there may be available assets at the schools, and the schools may just need further guidance to make those available to students. So it really is a matter of if you're being told at the schools that laptops are not available, then we need to be able to address that at the central office to be able to assist. So some of the I haven't heard any specific reports, but I do know that just anecdotally, there are families, let's just say large families, with let's say 5 or 6 kids, and they may not be able to get one laptop for every student, but they may be able to get 2 to 3 laptops to share amongst the kids. So there may be some of that going on, where some families are saying, well, we only have 1 laptop, but I have 5 kids, so they're coming in for additional laptops. So there may be some prioritizing and sharing that needs to go on, and that'll be decided at the school level. But I haven't heard of any schools that have run out yet, and if so, I know that we can work with them to either find laptops available at other schools or to ensure that available laptops that have not been distributed are approved to be distributed. So what I mean by that is I think we prioritize just like the last 2 or 3 years of laptops that have been purchased. But if there are working laptops that are purchased 4 years ago, we can go ahead and approve those for use. We didn't initially approve those just because we didn't want to open up the door for so many technical issues that might be associated with the older laptops. But if they're in working order and the schools can distribute them, then we're certainly going to look at approving those for distribution.
John, we have we're going to bring in Isaiah again, our education reporter.
Sure.
He has a few questions. Isaiah.
Hi, Superintendent Fernandez. I guess with meal distributions or the grab-and-go distributions beginning next week, do you anticipate community learning centers, the original 21 learning centers having an impact? And will you be rerouting those schools to other locations?
So all schools, so remember we had 21 CLCs, but we are actually having all schools, even if they weren't designated as a CLC, during working hours, we anticipate, we actually are requiring that they open up space at their schools to address internet access. So it's going to be like having 41 CLCs open. Remember the CLCs were for after hours and weekends and so forth. What we're doing is opening up the schools within their normal operating hours to assist with internet access as well as part of this shift, this sudden shift to online learning. So those will continue and they shouldn't be disrupted by the grab and go meals. We're still working on the logistics of grab and go. What we will be doing is those will be at 12 hubs. And this is what we did early in the pandemic. Last time it started, back in 2020 when it first started. Instead of doing meals every Friday, instead of doing non-perishable meals every Friday, which is what we eventually switched to, we will be Sodexo will be preparing lunch and breakfast meals every day for pickup by families who want to come to those 12 hubs. So we're going to start with that. That'll help Sodexo, kind of address some of the inventory that would otherwise go to waste in terms of food that was purchased to be used. A lot of that has shelf life, so we want to make sure we prepare those meals. And Sodexo has at this point, because they've hired up, for full school operations, they actually have the manpower now to support the entire grab and go operation. It used to be that school staff would be required to assist with that, but now this year, school staff will not be required to assist. Sodexo will handle that entire operation, and that'll free up the school staff to do things like supervise the kids who come in for internet access and so forth. So that's the plan, and again, we'll launch that next week, and we'll continue to monitor and see how that works. But Sodexo again is ready to help and expand its assistance now that they have their employees on board and able to work. And that'll give our staff the opportunity to focus on other things.
Okay, can you, students without a MiFi device or internet access, you are encouraging parents to take them to school. What is the process? Can you clarify the process of them having to register, and will they have, or when can they, start going to the schools to, seek internet access?
So the schools will provide that information to the students, and we will also put out a press release when those details are finalized. So that's actually in the process right now, but there will be a registration process, so it won't be just kids just showing up. I mean, obviously, if there's space and they come, we would like to accommodate them, but we also want to make sure that we manage, the numbers of students who are able to show up at any one time. So we're going to have a registration process where they do need to sign up and let the schools know that they're going to be that they want to use the internet access at school, so the schools can accommodate them. We're still going to be required to follow the distancing and masking and so forth. So I think the schools just want to make sure they have sufficient space and laptops and so forth just to accommodate those students. So again, that was the process of the CLCs. Now it's expanding to all schools. So we're going to need to let everybody know when to come in and how to register to sign up.
Okay. This is not really COVID related with GDOE, but Ocean View Middle School, had a burglary, I believe, Monday night. Do you happen to have the details or aware of any of the information with regards to what happened?
We're aware of that there was a burglary. We're aware there was a break-in at the schools, and we know that at the time we were checking yesterday, the crime lab had just come in and done its work, and so the schools are preparing. The school is preparing a report to determine whether anything of value was missing or taken. I do think they've identified a couple of maybe not necessarily high value items that were missing, but they are looking to do a full report of the school, and we'll submit that. It's not been submitted yet to determine whether it was actually a burglary to take, to target, items to take from the school, or whether it was more like vandalism, which we've also seen at some schools where kids come in and break things and so forth. So we'll be getting that report shortly. But I think the last time we checked in, there were some items that seemed not necessarily high value, things that were just kind of laying around on a desk, in the main office, for instance, that were not it just couldn't be found. But I think they're having the teachers come in and make sure they do a better, more detailed assessment to determine whether anything of value was taken as part of that break-in. Sometimes, whoever breaks in, it may just be more vandalism, where they're coming in and they're just, looking for things, and we see things, maybe food missing or something, versus equipment. So we'll try to determine that in the final report from the teachers.
I have a question, John. I watched some of the virtual input session Saturday morning. Great job to GDOE, to yourself, and to your team. Dr. I think Erica Cruz, right? Right, one of the deputy superintendents. There was a question regarding special education, and I believe she said there was a meeting after that virtual input session to kind of discuss and go over what's going to be the plan to address special education students. Do you have anything to update us on with regard to that?
Yes, so we will be putting on a release today. We just finalized plans to have a virtual meeting again this coming Saturday at 9 a.m. Targeted specifically to families with students who are in the special education program. So we'll do a dedicated session for those parents because they typically have very focused questions on delivery of services to their children during this time of going to remote learning. So we're going to dedicate that session to them so we can answer their questions, and we'll have our SPED administrators and management team there to be able to answer their questions. So that'll be again 9. Probably I think this last Saturday we're probably on for about 2.5 hours with parents. So we'll make the time available, and we got great turnout on Saturdays on that. These past couple of Saturday parent sessions. We've gotten great turnout, so we look forward to getting that information out and parents joining us. I know it's a Saturday morning, but it seems to be the best time to get parents and be able to have time to discuss these matters.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the other things that you had mentioned during that virtual input session was that while your team's working on this transition to online learning, one thing that you plan on focusing on is the reopening strategy and meeting with the governor, lieutenant governor. Have you had any of those discussions yet?
I have not in these first couple of days. We spent most of our time these past couple of days just kind of working with our teachers directly and kind of talking with them and getting their input. But again, there is a job ahead that we need to do is manage this transition to full remote learning. But at the same time, I think we're all committed to trying to get our kids back in school safely when we get to that point. I think there are a couple of things that we need to discuss. I mean, number one is in any strategy, I would ask and request that the governor put schools at the forefront, at the front of this strategy, to see if we can get our kids back in school, not just because they need to be back in school from an academic and from a social and emotional perspective, but of course, as you've also heard, parents who are trying to get to work, who need to work as part of this broader return to business. The parents, I just read a story about a parent having to quit a job that she recently obtained because now she has to stay home. So there has to be some thought and some commitment to prioritizing before we reopen everything else up in the community. Let's start with the schools. Let's do it in a measured way, even if we have to come back in cohorts where we're only talking about every other day. Allow us to do that, demonstrate that we can do so safely, and have our kids return before we start lifting the restrictions on every other aspect of of society. So that's my first pitch. The second issue is we're tracking back. If you, I'm sure you guys have done this, but you can just look. I've been doing this daily, just tracking the numbers from the JIC, and you go back to July 21st, right, where that was, such a different time just a month ago, where, just a little over a month ago, where we were seeing the positivity rate down at like 1%, and the cases that were coming in every week were, it was kind of in the teens. Now we are at 500, new cases per 100,000, over a 7-day period, and the positivity rate is over 10%, over the past week. That puts us in a high risk situation in just a matter of weeks. So we know where we were a month ago. We did what we needed to do as a community to achieve that. And as we hit that 80% mark and all the restrictions were lifted, you just saw a rapid reverse of the situation in just a matter of weeks, less than a month. We went from very, very low risk to high risk in all categories. I think that's something that really needs to be reconsidered. And again, before the schools open, we are already on that trajectory. And that means that schools opening in that period of time were just not the priority, at least in my estimation. We got to get schools back open. I hope that is prioritized above everything else. And it's not at the expense of the economy. It's that you've got to get your schools open if you're going to have any chance to open the rest of the island for a sustainable amount of time. So I'm going to have that discussion. I think the governor shares that. We've exchanged, messages since the in-person, since the executive order, and we'll just have further discussions. I just want to talk to them more about, how we are operating, what we can do to increase and improve the safety of schools, but we have to get open once it's safe enough to do so.
And John, I wanted to ask you this because this is something we actually discussed on the show prior to the school opening, was the possibility of implementing some sort of a vaccine mandate for students. Is this something that you plan on revisiting as part of the reopening strategy, or are we beyond that?
The vaccines for students are something that I would have to rely on our public health experts. I don't like the idea of mandates for kids, right? If they're, that go beyond their parents, ability to have a role in that decision. So that's a tough one. That's a tough one, and I think that's something that would need to be looked at very closely from a public health standpoint and from a legal standpoint. I do understand, and I understand the basis for an employer mandate for the employees, and I've seen, I've looked at those cases that were cited in the executive order to understand the logic there, and I think that's a fair balance to require employers whose employees are on the front lines working with kids to be vaccinated, especially now that the vaccine has been approved for 16 and over. Then I'm okay with that. But the student vaccines, that's a harder question. And I think we need to really talk to parents, hear from parents as part of that discussion.
All right. Isaiah, did you have a question?
Well, I guess this is my last question. With the vaccine mandate for executive branch employees, have you heard any teachers, resigning? And what is DOE planning to, trying to keep them because, they have no choice but to get vaccinated?
So, number one, we have received questions from employees about the vaccine mandate and we have heard, people talk about it. I haven't seen any people resigning at this point just due to the vaccine itself, or I haven't heard any of that. Of course, the deadline is September 24th, so that just maybe a matter of time. But it's a very difficult balancing act. Number one is my communication with my employees is that we are covered by this executive order. This is a mandate that is required, and you are required to come into compliance. And as part of that, you are either vaccinated or you submit to weekly testing, and we're working through what that weekly testing will look like with public health. So that's in the executive order, and it gives people a choice. They can get vaccinated or they can get the weekly testing. And if they feel that that's not, that's not a desirable set of options, then of course, if they decide that that's not for them and they want to leave the department, that's going to be a very personal and I'm sure a difficult choice for them to make. With regard to any disciplinary action, again, it is an option for agencies to take disciplinary action. I'm not at the point of wanting to pursue disciplinary action. I really am at the point of ensuring that our employees understand what the requirements are, understand where and how to go get the vaccine, and to let them know that if they have any questions or concerns, to see a school nurse, see their medical provider to get more information prior to the deadline, so that they have every opportunity to make that decision before we get to September 24th, and then we can see from there. Now, whether or not how we go from there is going to be, that's a difficult question. For me, looking at the safety of the schools, I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to bring kids back safely to school for face-to-face instruction. We have a lot of things that are required, right? Masking and all these other requirements. And now we have the employee vaccine mandate. So I have to weigh how critical this vaccine mandate is to being able to bring our kids back to school. And I have to say, ultimately, my priority in that situation has to be our kids. We have to bring that's our core mission. The reason why we are employed at the Department of Education, to bring our kids back safely to school. And we have to balance that, as the top priority when we go into this discussion. So I think that's all I can say to our employees. There's no escape hatch. There's no loophole here. This is what's required. I believe it has legal basis. We are going to encourage you to be compliant, and you have a choice. You either get vaccinated or submit to weekly testing, and that's what's laid out there. And if that's not good enough, please talk to us. We're happy to work with you to see what we can do to convince you one way or the other that you should stick with the department and make a decision about which options work best for you. But if that doesn't work, then we'll have to deal with that situation at that time.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John. Isaiah, thank you. We'll see you when you get in.
Wash your hands, John.
Yeah. Take care, John.
Definitely. Everybody wash your hands, wear your mask, distance, do what you can. This is a crazy time, and we want to get back. We want to get back to where we were in July, and just put it that way.
Yep.
Yeah.
So thanks, everybody.
Right on, John.
Stay
Buy your kids a candy bar. Let's go to the phones just real quick, ma'am. I'm sorry about the hold, but thank you for joining us. You were, let me just get this straight. So you were trying to apply for All Rise at myguamtax.com?
Actually, we're all going through the same issues of all the chaos happening right now.
Yeah.
But my main concern is our personal information could be jeopardized by hackers because everybody's information is getting mixed up. And I'm afraid to enter my account number and that could be a hacker's pot of gold.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of these comments. I believe the speaker had also said that people were saying that when they try to fill out the application, the website will kick them out. That when they go back in, it's somebody else's personal, private information.
That's what a lot of people should be concerned about because, this whole thing is a mess.
Why?
And because it's still the governor's fault. She could have made it easier for people. Listen to the senators at least, Listen to you guys on the link. But no. She hides now from you with these special YouTube messages to avoid the media. Because you always ask Chris the questions the public wants to know.
It's very unfortunate, ma'am. The people of Guam deserve to have their governor on this show where we have the biggest audience, so she should come on and speak to the people.
I'm just hoping you can ask Daphne and everyone at Reverend Tax what's going to happen to our personal information if it gets jeopardized by hackers, because this is BS. Everybody's upset, everybody's frustrated. I even asked Mike Nicholas for help, but he said, unfortunately, it's a local issue and it's all her fault because she changed everything, Right now, I'm really hurting for all the Manamco over there in line. And that old man that has to go all the way back home, this is BS. She needs to be impeached. She don't give a damn because she's up on the hill with her bank, you know. But I'm not going to take too long because there's other people that need to get on. I'm just afraid for my personal information to be jeopardized. That's why this thing is not worth it. You guys, thanks for taking my call, and you take care, okay?
God bless you, ma'am, and just
Bye-bye.
take some breaths. You know what I mean? Decompress. Just guard yourself, guard your heart, guard your mind.
I know, but I just hope our leaders start doing something because this shouldn't be happening right now. My heart goes out to all the Manumco out there that are not even qualified. This governor put all her legal team together to make sure she can discourage. This is a plan to discourage, to design. This plan was designed to discourage people from applying, you know.
And that's the tragedy, is it was designed to discourage people, but our people are so desperate that they turned out anyway.
That's true. Everybody needs help. So I guess the ones up on the hill don't give a damn because they don't have to worry, you know. But she needs to get her feet dirty and get out in here and walk through the community and see. But I don't think she gives a damn. But that's only my opinion.
Thank you, ma'am. God
Thank
bless
you. For your time.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
You know, and I mean, it's so sad. A lot of people feel that way. So many people feel that our governor is just out of touch with the reality that we're all living in. And it's because they don't communicate with people. They don't. And then what ends up happening is when we finally get a chance to talk to the governor, we just have all these questions. I mean, I got
And
questions.
you're limited to 2 questions.
You're limited to 2 questions. Then you got Crystal Pacos and Augustine trying to rush the governor out to a prior engagement, essentially blocking the media. And we're not, trying to pick on the We're just trying to ask questions that the people of Guam need to know, because when they come out with this information, it's like you got to ask more questions just to get just the information. Like, we struggle just to get information, let alone ask questions about rigged bids or unemployment fraud or all that stuff. And I mean, you have a communications person that if you're not going to make yourself available to the media, then send the lieutenant governor out. He's a good talker. Send Crystal Pacos and Augustine. Send somebody out here. But you can't read the room that what people think of our governor is that she's tight with this money. She doesn't care about the people who are hurting, that it's sitting in her bank collecting interest. Well, what are we doing here? I'm going to take a break. Let's go take a break. I'm going to pop a Xanax. Just kidding. Don't do drugs, kids, for real.
Yeah, but actually, no laughing matter today. Obviously, for a very large number of people, it's been a very, very stressful time. We do want to remind you guys that Jibwick does have a resource. If you
647 8833.
If you're
Please
feeling
call.
anxious,
Yes,
depressed, stressed out, angry, pissed off, as people have said in those words, particularly, and everything like that, they're ready to take your call and have a friendly voice, even if just to listen.
Yeah, let's take a couple calls here. Good morning. Hi.
Hello?
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to find out the update on DRT.
What's the update?
You know how the line is, because I went there like before 7 and I turned around because it was like a spiral.
Well, there's issues with the online website. Sometimes I'm able to pop it up, and then other times it's not there. So what that's doing is it's forcing people to head over to DRT. And so some people have waited 12 hours just to file their application. And we don't have eyes on there right now, but we did get video just about a half an hour ago, and the line is, again, up the hill, down the hill, around the corner. So if you do go, just be prepared to wait.
And be prepared sir, that you might not even get the money because it's first come, first served.
Unless the governor lifts the cap, then the Hunger Games will end.
Talk to your governor. What do you want to say to your governor, sir?
Wow, I want to tell the governor that, it's making the people suffer. Especially the Manumco, I'm 77 years old. And I just want to get an update though on there's a walk-in, right?
Yes, sir. There's a walk-in.
There's a walk-in line for Monomco and persons with disabilities, sir.
Yeah, but you know, I don't know the status and how bad the parking
Yes.
there.
Well, you got to get in line.
You have to get in line.
You have to get in line, and then you get up to the parking lot, and then you tell them I'm here for walk-in, and I guess you walk in.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, sir.
Good luck, sir.
No problem. Bye.
How
Okay,
bad do you
take
need
care.
this 800?
Okay.
Okay, that's that. Right on.
Yes, sir.
The link. Good morning.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Can I get on the radio on?
Yeah,
You're on,
we're
sir.
here. Please don't cuss.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna be professional. I will be professional on the
Well,
radio.
we're here, sir.
Yes.
What's your concern?
Okay. No, well, I was able to file everything. I got my confirmation number. Okay, but like the lady said, I was listening to the lady. They might compromise all my information. You know, them for some reason they might get all my information, and somebody might use it. You know, like those things. You know, of course, I took a chance. You know, and I just want to say that hopefully the people out there just be patient. We'll get online, and I know that all the information that I put in on the system, you know, it's up to them now. You know, if they want to use it, you know. But I don't understand why is it that the people that was there, even the Mananko, I want to say this, the old man that was there this morning, he woke up, now he has to go back to his house to have the wife sign it. That's ridiculous for revenue tax, for the old man to go back home to get, and then what's going to happen? He has to go back on the same line, he has to start all over again. Or, you know, it doesn't make sense, you know, for the wife. And that's the husband. That's the husband. You know what I mean? So the system, they have a revenue tax. It's so ridiculous.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
Okay, that's the. God bless you.
Feel for you. Feel for everybody that's
Yeah.
having to go through this.
We're
in
gonna
the
take.
middle of a pandemic.
Yeah,
and
in the
surge.
middle of a pandemic, and let's go pandemic right now. Lillian Posadas, the Guam Memorial Hospital Administrator, joins us in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Lillian.
Hi, Lillian.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Guam.
Good morning.
What's cracking over there at GMH? Not looking
Our
good.
our census is at 21 COVID individuals. Of the 21, 2 of them are in the ICU level of care. They're not on ventilator support, but they are on high flow oxygen. 13 of the 21 are at the telemetry level of care. 5 are at medical services, general medical services. They're pretty stable. And then 1 in the MCH area, a female individual. So that's 21. And, you know, our total census in the hospital is 162. So again, we're at high numbers, both COVID and non-COVID. Of the 21, 15 of those individuals are unvaccinated.
So that would mean it's 21 minus 15.
71% are unvaccinated.
And then 6 are vaccinated.
Vaccinated.
They've
yes.
also got some. I mean, I know you know hospitalizations over at GRMC, Lillian. So it's a little different when we get you. When we got you on last year, GMH was the designated dirty hospital, and so the numbers that you were reporting then were very accurate. But now with GRMC also having COVID patients, it's almost like
they're accommodating COVID patients also, and theirs is in the 20s as well.
Right.
Yes. So yes.
You mentioned a patient in the MCH ward. Are we talking about a pregnant lady?
Yes, a female individual. Yes.
What about pediatric hospitalizations?
Knock on wood, unfortunately, none needing to be hospitalized, but we have seen a couple in the emergency room, brought in the emergency room with symptoms of fever And so they've been treated, they've been evaluated, they're stable, their oxygen levels are okay, and so they're released home to isolation in the home setting.
So currently no children
No pediatrics in the house.
Any teenagers?
No, not even teenagers. I think the youngest is in the 20s.
The female individual in the NCH unit, you said she was pregnant. Is she vaccinated, unvaccinated?
No, not vaccinated.
How were the Lillian? Because when you look at like the total numbers, right, just from what we reported last night, it was like 26 unvaccinated, 17 vaccinated. So I know at GMH the unvaxxed are 3-1 with the vaccinated, right? But when you add in GRMC, it kind of seems like 26, 17. It looks like the vaccinated as well are being hospitalized. But what can you tell us about their condition when they are hospitalized?
It varies on the individual. For the most part, the ones that have been vaccinated, their hospitalization is not that long, not prolonged. But they do have the fever. They do have some respiratory conditions, respiratory symptoms, and they're put on small oxygen flow rate, and they get pretty stabilized, and so their hospitalization is not as prolonged as those who are unvaccinated.
Out of the individuals that are in ICU, are any of them vaccinated?
Let me take a look at the report and see if those individuals who are in the ICU level. Oh my gosh, I don't have that with me on this report. Hang on a minute. Okay, give me a second. Let me take a look at where they're at. No, okay, there it is. There's one. The two of them, one is vaccinated, the other one is not vaccinated, of the two in the ICU.
What can you tell us about any additional information about the two COVID-related fatalities that were reported last night?
The two that were reported last night,
So
were those the ones that was from last year?
There were two from last year that they're reclassified,
Right.
and then there were an additional two.
That passed away on the 28th.
Okay. I need to go back in my notes. There's just been so much data going across, I can't even remember anymore. But the two last year, one in October 2020, one in December, I haven't had a chance to go backtrack on those two cases, and I don't know if it may have been they just needed to verify or to confirm the diagnosis that the doctors put on the death certificate worksheet. I don't know if that may have been the case. I'll need to go back into 2020 log and get back to you. I just did not have time to go back into it before our call. But as far as these recent ones, the last two, I'm sorry, I'm blanking out. Like, okay, which ones were those? And I know we report that. It's just that there's been quite a bit of information or activities going on. So give me a few minutes or give me a time, and I'll text it to you or I'll report it to you another time.
Really?
I just don't have the information,
Right.
and I don't want to guess,
Of
and I
course,
don't want to,
totally, yeah. But Lillian, like, what's the feeling over there at GMH with the staff? Because we're feeling out here in the community, like everyone I talk to, we feel like we're back to square one.
Well, it feels like it, yeah, absolutely. Because the numbers again, we're going back to opening up our care units. We're seeing these individuals who come into the emergency room with the fever, with the symptoms. But what's also just concerning is that people who choose not to get vaccinated for whatever reason, I mean, okay, their freedom, their rights, they're not trusting the vaccination because it's an experimental drug. They're not trusting the medical system, but yet, you know, when they get sick, where do they go? To the hospital, and, you know, we take care of them. So, and, you know, it's just, we need to take care of them. But at the same time, we need to try and really educate them that, you know, the vaccine is safe. I got vaccinated, and a lot of people got vaccinated, and it's working. It's effective. It's our tool to fight this COVID. And so if we just, you know, if everybody would get that vaccination, it can really reduce all these events. Plus, it can reduce the those who are unvaccinated, particularly the children. You know, we can prevent them from getting the COVID, because it's everywhere now. This COVID is everywhere.
Right, it's everywhere, and even vaccinated individuals are getting COVID-19. Lillian, where are you with the SNF? Is it full already?
It's at 23 right now. This morning, the census is at 23. We continue. The doctors are continuously working with the nurses to see which patients from this site who are non-COVID, who do not need to be in an acute care bed, but can go over to the SNF. And so we're gearing up to accept as many as we can, up to probably even 30 if we need to. So, you know, that's the plan, is to keep opening up the beds over at SNF for non-COVID. And we cannot combine COVID and non-COVID in that facility yet because of the ventilation system. That was our plan, was to get that the ventilation separated from the wings, so they're not sharing the air. But we just, between the procurement process, it's taking us a while to get that project completed. We have the design for it, but, you know, we had to go through the procurement process to, you know, get bids from contractors who would do the job for us. So that's what's, you know, delaying all this. We wanted to get that facility ready and done, but, you know, things take time.
Lillian, we've asked you a lot, especially last year when things were this bad, to give a message out to the people, the community. What's your message this morning?
The message again is, you know, if they can just, you know, think of the greater good, think of the island's safety, health and safety, and not just for our own personal, you know, rights and personal freedom, but think of the community and others in our community, especially the unvaccinated, the children. You know, let's do our part. Let's be responsible and do our part to get vaccinated. It is safe. It is effective. So we can, you know, collectively, we can win this battle together. So please, I urge the people, I urge the community to try and get the vaccination.
Lillian, have you had any nurses resign? I mean, because it's just so much. Here we are going through this again. It's like we're back to square one. And when there was just a national story about, you know, especially the ICU critical care nurses, they just that's a national story.
They're exhausted. You know, and they're risking their lives. They're risking their lives to continue taking care of individuals who come in with the COVID, and so, you know, they're risking their lives, their families, and so we haven't had much of any resignation recently. Since last year, we had quite a bit of resignations. You know, nurses with the anxieties and the fears, they didn't want to, you know, they did not want to put themselves at risk, and so there was quite a bit of resignations, even early retirement. Nurses who were not going to retire, but, you know, with the COVID, it kind of just pushed the decision up sooner to retire. So we lost again also some of those nurses through retirement. This year, we've had some nurses resign to go off island, to pursue a higher education. Some of them are dependents of military. personnel, and so many different reasons. We've lost some. I can't even remember the total number of nurses who have resigned, but we've also been very fortunate to have recruited many nurses. Still, though, not enough, because we still rely on the travel nurses to help us through this battle. And so it's very fluid. It's just a revolving door. And not just nurses, but also like respiratory therapists, radiology technicians, technologists. We've lost some. So nurses and healthcare professionals, it's a continued challenge.
You mentioned the COVID care units you've opened some back up. How many do you have open?
We opened up the COVID care unit 1. That was the very first COVID care unit, which was our urgent care clinic, and that's right adjacent to the emergency room. So we've opened that up as an overflow for ER. At the same time, we're using that also to administer the REGEN-COV monoclonal antibody infusion for those individuals who meet the criteria. So we use COVID Care 1. We've opened up COVID Care 4, which is our third floor telemetry unit. Because, a lot of these COVID cases, 13 of them need the telemetry cardiac monitoring service. And so that's COVID Care 4. We're looking to open up today COVID Care 3, which is our fourth floor pediatrics unit. Because it also has the negative air pressure capability. At the same time, it has the cardiac monitoring capability. So we're going to be opening that up as our Care 3. Care 2, which is the one adjacent across the hallway from our ICU in second floor. We've got that all prepped and ready to be used as an extension of ICU and any other, multi-level COVID patients. Mm-hmm. So those are the units that we've opened back up, to accommodate these COVID patients.
So the number's 21 right now. What is the max for GMH to handle the COVID patients before you start breaking up and putting up the tent?
Okay. We have requested for the BlueMed tent to be erected right outside of our ER, and that is going to give us again also some capacity for ER overflow, because we've been going on, our ER has been very saturated, both COVID and non-COVID. And so not only are we using the COVID Care 1 as an extension, but we also need the BlueMed tent. So we're getting we submitted a request to EOC for the BlueMed tent, and the GUNG, they're going to be here on Public Works to do an assessment this morning on setting that up right outside of the ER. Total number of beds, I'm going to need to crunch those numbers for you. So in the ICU, we can accommodate 14 ICU COVID patients. In the telemetry, I believe 24, 26. In the pediatrics, which is our COVID Care 3, we can accommodate about up to 20 adult COVID patients in there. We also have the med-surg area that we have ramped up the telemetry capability. We can, partition off one area there that we call annex. It's got 15 beds that we can cohort 15 COVID patients. So those are the numbers for now that we have, that we can stretch and use for COVID patients if we need to.
Mm-hmm. So you're looking about 73 beds, and is that
73? Did it come out to be 73?
Yeah, around 73.
My calculator's not on right now, so
I'm pretty bad at math, so it could be off. But the BlueMed tents. Are you anticipating that after the assessment this morning that it could go up as soon as today?
Today, yes, we're anticipating that it will go up today, because just to make sure that every time we have a saturation or emergency room, we go and divert, and we don't want to continue doing that. So we want to make sure we have an additional bed space for individuals who come into the emergency room, so we can accommodate them.
All right. Well, thank you, Lillian. I know you got a whole lot of stuff to do. Was there any final message, I guess, to community.
Yeah, to get vaccinated. If people can get vaccinated, those over 12, if they can get vaccinated, that would be a tremendous help. Really tremendous help for us, for all of us.
Thank you so much. Also, I just want to put in a request to perhaps get Dr. Jolene again on the show.
Yeah, maybe we need another talking to.
Yeah.
I will give her. I send her a text, and then maybe she can come on for a few minutes with you all.
Yeah, next week. Thanks, Lillian.
Thank you,
Oh,
Lillian.
you're welcome.
That's
Thank you too.
okay,
Take
be
care.
safe.
All right.
9:34.
Yeah, it's time to get Dr. Jolene again.
Yep, the song on you guys, give you guys a lecture. It's 9:34. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with more of the show next. Oh, before we do, though, I did get a message from Daphne.
Okay.
And Daphne had... Where you at, Daphne?
Oh, and I just popped up myguamtax.com. It was very snappy.
Yeah, so Daphne said, hi, Chris. People are slowly able to file online. We have about 3,000 applications so far. It's still pretty early in the filing process. We're appreciative of everyone's patience and input. We're asking that they give it a bit of time and then try again. Okay, so, apparently it is first come, first serve. But I'm going to ask her about the private information because that seems to...
People are concerned about that.
Yeah. But let's take a break, and we're coming back with more of the link next. Good morning.
KUAM Digital.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro news updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro news updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly email newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
The KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app, Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel, conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
I'm a loser, 'cause I can't do anything right.
Hey, The Link 947. Morning. Let's take a phone call before we get into our next segment here about the Let Me Take 3 Guesses. I wanted to say they're probably calling about, there was a program, All Crash, All
In?
Race, All In. No, was it? All Rise. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I heard there was a few problems with it. The rough rollout of the program. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us. So you had a comment about what was it, just specifically the implementation of the All Rise?
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, we're here.
Oh, okay. Hey, Chris. Yeah. I think this program was all the errors and whatnot. This is entirely all self-inflicted. I mean, the federal government had a stimulus check that you didn't actually have to do anything for, because we know that people are hurting. The system's going to be bombarded on day one, people lining up. This should have been anticipated. Everyone on Guam is, with the economy kind of suffering so badly because of COVID, the administration should have known this. And I think, like, you know, the best way to have done it is to have it automatically done, just like how the federal government previously did the economic stimulus check. You think about it this way, like, and especially the whole, like, first come, first serve, that's a huge issue. I understand Lou put a cap on it. I can kind of relate to that. Like, you know, they have a set budget that they want to implement on this program. But if that's the case, you know, they have all the information at RevTax about people's filings for 2020. They could have just lowered the payments and make sure everyone who is eligible gets that payment. And that way they wouldn't have all these issues now. The people who are going to be most suffering from this are people who might not even be able to go to RevTax because they have to watch their kids or whatnot, or the people who don't have access to a computer if they could even log in. You know what I mean? So, like, this entire program seems to be bungled by the administration. And, you know, again, a lot of people have, you know, comments regarding the cap. And, you know, that's up to the legislature and the governors to decide.
Sorry, it's not up to the legislature, sir.
Well, I mean, this EO is Lou's own thing, but I think the legislators also had their own bills that they wanted to do for the RISE program, right? So that's the thing is, like, if they had a metric they wanted to stand by, I kind of understand that for Lou. You know, I don't agree with it personally, but if that was the case, then she could have just lowered the cap and made sure everyone got it. But, you know, having, you know, people kind of compete with other people who are struggling, that's terrible. You know, this first come, first serve business, it just causes too many issues.
Right.
So I don't know why, you know, like the RevTax, like they didn't beef up their servers to handle the additional demands. And I don't understand that at all. I don't know what the benefit of doing a first come, first serve program does. You know, like, no one can explain to me why she wanted to do this.
Yeah.
And the whole reason behind the first come, first serve is because the governor expanded the eligibility criteria. The law was initially intended for the private sector employees negatively impacted by COVID. But
there's election next year, and so the governor put the GovGuam employees, retirees, and I think the federal
everybody
workers in. But then she kept the amount of money available the same, even though she has $500-something million, and even though she's increased the eligibility.
Sure.
So she created this mess.
Yeah, I definitely believe so. I mean, it's all self-inflicted. But if she did want to cap it, you know, like whatever her reasons for capping it is, she can just lower the amount. They have a team of economists and budgeters at her office that can see, like, roughly how many people would be included under this program, right? And then you just calculate, like, okay, we only have 25 million. We see there's like 50,000 people eligible. Then just divide that amount, you know, or whatever they wanted to do it, and then make it a very seamless, easy process. In fact, the best way to do it is, again, like the federal government did, no input on the receiving side. You know what I mean? Like the average taxpayer doesn't have to do anything.
Right.
That sounds like it would have taken planning, though.
Yeah, I mean, like now they're always playing catch up, right?
Reactive.
Like they're gonna have to go through weeks of trying to figure out what's going on, and you know, they're timing the stamping, right? So to see who came in first, because they got to compare the timestamps from the physical turn-ins with the timestamps with the digital turn-ins, right? And that's going to take time. So I think the rollout was completely bungled. Didn't have to be this hard. People didn't have to suffer in line. You know, people, especially like the Manamku and maybe the disabled, they're not so good at filling out forms, you know, and then, you know, that the old man that had to go back, that could have been entirely avoided. Yeah. It's just a terrible implementation all the way around.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Let's go ahead and
Please
go to
stay
line
safe,
2
sir.
real quick. Good morning. Welcome to the link.
I wanted to find out in the cap of the Crash Race Act.
The Crash Race Act. Yeah. The All Crash and Race Act. Or is it the All Race and then Crash Act?
Why is it that she cannot do the way she used to do with the Aduda Mangasa? I mean, it was very easy. I don't understand why did she do it that way. Why do we have to do the Crash Race Act?
Check your governor, Nye. Check your governor.
Well, you know me, I pray for her.
Yeah, she needs it. Definitely. No, I don't even mean that. We all need prayers, you know. I'm serious. No, but she does. She needs to. We need to pray for her to see through the eyes of the regular people who don't own a bank. The little people, you know what I mean? The ones who line up for 12 hours for $800.
Or Manumco that are waiting 12 hours.
Doesn't that remind you of the Prop A and Prop B?
Ooh.
I don't know, man, but
That was contentious.
the governor has really divided this community. I'm not saying that was her intention, but even with this whole vaccinated, unvaccinated, how she's dividing the community that way, then she's dividing the community by making all of these Manumco and these people in need race and crash for this $800.
I mean, look at it. Crashed this morning. I was trying to get in it. Lucky day. I just said, forget it. I'll wait and see if it crashed first because we already knew that's going to happen. So those people that were waiting online, you know, it's especially these Manumco, you know, and these disabilities. They don't understand. I hope this governor understands what she's doing, but I don't know about this crash erase act, man. It's hurting a lot of people.
Thank
it's
you,
like
man.
a rat race, right? Don't you think it's a rat race?
That someone commented that it's not an all crash, it's all rat race.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But you should use it in tomorrow. Soccer race.
This is the latest picture right here. This is at 9:45. I think I sent it to the chat, but
Can
if you
you
want to
pop
go
that
ahead and
up?
show
Yeah.
that.
This is
Richard
real
doesn't
time.
show who it's from. But yeah, that's at 9:45. Route 16 going north is backed up to the post office.
Maybe the governor thinks like the more people who come out for this, it's like a win. Like they're probably going to do a campaign commercial. Like, look at all these people who came out for my program.
Call me.
Yeah.
Esther, okay.
Traffic also backed up coming from the Guam International Airport as well.
Okay, yeah, guys. Sorry, it's 9:55. How about we end this show on a good note?
Please.
Right?
Please.
We need like a whole symphony of good notes to get over this morning. It's Wednesday. Let's go ahead and do the greater good. Yes. Right here on the link. All right, and we're bringing in our friend from Jay Goodman, Mr. Dwayne. Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, Dwayne is with the Jay Goodman Company. They're located in the Agotni Shopping Center. He's a real great guy. He's played Santa Claus on a lot of these holiday flights that United does. And he also made a very generous donation to us for our Fill the Bus drive. I mean, God, I don't know how many boxes of Pampers that was. It took like an hour to offload the donation. So thank you for that, Dwayne.
You put us to work.
Yeah, that was
I know we built up a sweat there that day.
We did. But you know, I wanted to bring you on because you're just always so jolly and a positive thinker, and I know you've been catching like the show for this hour while you're in the KUM News Zoom room, right?
Oh yes. I had to take my heart medication because it was a little bit too much. It's too much, you know, to handle all that stuff. But
you know, I don't smoke weed, but man, I don't know.
I've been listening to the whole thing. I was like, oh my goodness, let's do something fun pretty soon already.
Right. Yeah. Let's talk about that because I wanted to talk about. I know you're not at the shop, Jay Goodman, but you guys are a happiness company, and so you deal in happiness. And I know when people go into that store, they kind of feel like that happiness because you look around and there's just so many cool things in there, right?
Yes, indeed. You know, I grew up, you know, in the 80s, and you remember Acme store?
Yeah.
Going in there about finding anything, you know, you remember that?
Yep, comic books. They had all kinds of.
I wanted to bring that to people. You know, walk in and find something that makes you happy. Remember, I'm a counselor, so you know, it's always been my thing to try to get people to live their best and happiest life. You know.
That's great to hear, Dwayne, and that's why we're making you part of the greater good this morning. But, you know, you mentioned you're a counselor, right? And so before we close the show, what would your message be to people out there who are, I mean, you hear it, but there's just so much on our minds. We've got this need in our community for relief, for assistance. There's uncertainty about the rest of the year. There's uncertainty about the safety of our kids because of this Delta variant. And then we've got the conditions of this pandemic, 206 positives, 2 deaths yesterday, 45 people in the hospital, 26 unvaccinated, 17 vaccinated, 8 in the ICU. It's a lot to process, Dwayne, every day when you wake up carrying this weight. So what's your words of wisdom there? Maybe reassuring words for the people.
As a school counselor, I dealt with a lot of issues with the kids, and a lot of it was poverty, and we try to I try to uplift them and try to get them to see what could be, and it's a very difficult time for everybody right now, and I just wish that everybody shows a little bit more patience, for everything. In Japan, when they have a disaster, everybody just gets in line and waits their turn. Now, I know everybody's hurting and they could use, they can use the financial assistance, but, show a little patience, be good to one another, and just try to show some warmth, We get this all the time at the shop, I think I give discounts for people who are kind. You naughty guys, you get a discount. But if you come to the shop and you show some gratitude, some kindness, and just in general, just be kind to one another. I've always been a fan of Ben Talal. He's a Harvard professor, and he teaches happiness. And I think showing more gratitude, even with what little you have, can go a long way.
Thank you for those words, Dwayne. Let's talk the business before we let you go. Down at the shop, Jay Goodman, what are some of the items that you got down there that you think people are really going to find cool?
One of the things that I'm excited about is our new solar air conditioner. I've installed a couple in the house here, so we could run some tests. It's very popular in very sunny places, tropical places around the world. It just hasn't taken off here, and I'm so excited. So, when the sun does come out, it's fully solar, and it alternates between grid power. So, I'm excited about that. We also have solar lights, and our garden lights are back in stock. So, All Souls Day is closely approaching, and you need those lights out there for the graves. We have those. I've always said use the smaller lights for the graves because they end up walking away. But we have that, and you mentioned about the elderly, and we've got a lot of praise from the elderly folks because during the pandemic when it first started, we brought in paper tissue, bamboo paper tissue, which was very eco-friendly, and we were delivering it to our Manoncos, during the lockdown, and they showed a lot of gratitude for that, and we were so happy that we could help them. So they would say, "Oh, we didn't have to wait long lines. Just call Jay Goodman, and it was delivered." So I'm happy for that.
Well, we're happy that you're able to come on this morning and share not just the good stuff going on at Jay Goodman, but some very comforting words for our people.
Yes, and I'm very thankful. I'm quite shy kind of an individual, so when I donated the diapers, they said donate it to the Salvation Army, and then when I went up there, I was kind of like, oh, it was in the media, and when I give donations, I try to keep it on the down low, and so I'm quite new to media, so please bear with me.
No, you're doing fine, Dwayne. Yeah. Thank you. God bless you, my friend, and be safe.
Thank you, and God bless everybody. My wife's Filipino, so she, they celebrate Christmas in the Burr months.
That's right.
And today's September, so it's never too early to bring out the cheer, and let's spread it all year.
Let's go. Merry Christmas, everyone. Right on. There you go.
Take care.
Where's our Christmas mix, Joe, sir? I want to play that one, the Filipino Christmas mix, the 25-minute one. Thank you, Dwayne.
I hope to end in a positive note.
That was, yes.
Guam, I love you.
Love you too, man. Be safe. Hey, that's The Greater Good, presented by the KUAM Care Force and brought to you by Jay Goodman. Quality products, best customer support, friendly service. Order online 24 hours at GuamGoodman.com. In-person pickup and Guam delivery free. I did get a message from the governor again, guys. She texted 3,000 online apps already. It's working. Daphne had also asked her, we're hearing private information being mixed up when they're kicked out of their application, they come back in. She says, we've checked with IT and have been advised that they're looking into it. We don't believe it is possible, however. Well, we've got a lot of complaints from people who seem to believe that it is. All right. It's 10:03. I'm pretty sure tomorrow's going to be all race crash 2.0. Good job today, Bree.
Good job, everybody.
Good job, Jay. Joe, sir, thank you. Our dear people of Guam, be safe. Stay home if you can, if you don't need to go anywhere. And let's just pray for each other, because this is a crazy time, and it's only being made worse unnecessarily by people who are supposed to have our best interests at heart, the people who are supposed to lead us with compassion, understanding, and empathy. And that's really sad. It's 10:04. This has been The Link, brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. Have a good day, everybody.
Right on. Go, sir. Safe. Yeah, be safe, guys. This is The Link fam. We out. Está. Adios!
Are you tired of waiting?